Hello, folks. If you're in your office, I encourage you, members of the executive committee, Councillor Bravo just made our quorum, right? Folks, we have quorum. Let's call the meeting to order. Even though it looks a bit lonely over here, Deputy Mayor McAuliffe is here. Deputy Mayor Malik, you are here. We have 1, 2, 3,
We have 2 online.
4, 5. We have quorum.
We need her to have a seat.
We cannot start the meeting until Deputy Mayor Malik sit down. It's a very interesting conversation going on there. He's probably getting all the work of the committee done already. Good morning. My name is Olivia Chow, and I'm the chair of the executive committee. We have quorum. I'm now calling the meeting 13 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall at Committee Room 1. This meeting is also live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including Mississauga of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page, toronto.ca/council, and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP. Clerk's IT staff are available if you need assistance. And are there any declaration of interest? No, seeing none. Can I have a motion to confirm minutes? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. And before the committee, I believe we have new items to introduce. This is the establishing a FIFA World Cup 26 Financial Oversight Committee. May I do the introduction? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Councillor Carroll, I understand you have where's Councillor Carroll? I will hold it until she arrives. She has a motion here. Well, you see, congestion is our problem, isn't it? Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Carroll are stuck in traffic. Will arrive shortly. I'll come back to her item in a minute. And now let's run through the agenda item. I want to rule 13.1, an overview of the student nutrition program. The ruling is that on City Council at October 11th, 12th meeting, in its decision on item 11, CC 11.1, support for a Canada-wide Universal Student Nutrition Program, already called on the federal government to work with Toronto's Student Nutrition Program and to implement a national school food program. And guess what? They are doing that, I think. So we no longer have to have that motion as recommendation 456 in EX 13.1 related to council decision in item CC 11.1, and only council can reopen its decision. I'm ruling recommendation 456 out of order because we've already done it. We will now run through the agenda. Okay, no questions on that one. Okay. we have item, just a second here. 13.1, we are holding that down. There's deputation, there's speakers. 13.2, there's speaker. 13.3, Rexdale-Casino. We have speaker also. Okay. I don't think there's a speaker. Oh, wait, that's, someone led me astray. Anyone want to hold that item? 13.3, Rexdale-Casino Woodbine Community Benefits Agreement is a progress update. It's here for your information. Okay, it's not held. All those in favor of receiving it for information, opposed, carry, thank you. The Somali Center for Culture has speakers. 13.5, furthering the reconciliation and Indigenous cultural framework for the Portlands. I believe we have a speaker. We're holding on that one. And there is status update on the capital prioritization framework, that's 6A. 13.7, it's in camera.
Mayor Chow?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm actually prepared to just move receipt of that item instead of the staff recommendation.
okay. 13.7 is in camera, it's moved, Councillor Perks have moved receipt. All those in favor, opposed, carry?
We have a confidential attachment that
Yes.
has to be, I need a confidential disposition on for item 7.
I know.
So we need to move that, we can't adopt it. Are we talking?
No, we're moving the whole thing and receiving
You
it.
can't receive it, you can only take one action. You can't receive it and take action on it. So we just need to move the motion to direct that the confidential attachment remain confidential for item 7.
Okay, the motion is that the confidential motion will remain confidential. That's recommendation 1.
Point of order.
Yes?
So are we just, so by receiving this now, we will be ignoring the recommendation?
Correct. Delete staff recommendation, move instead just to keep the confidential information confidential.
Okay, I see no question. We all right with that? Okay? Both motions been moved?
Just this one only, we can only have.
Okay, the motion in front of you, can you put it on the screen? Can we put the motion on the screen, please? Is it already? Oh, I'm sorry. Why am I?
No, it's just taking a moment.
It's taking a moment. All right, here we are. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. That's 13.7. 13.8, Education Property Tax Levy and Clawback Bylaw. Anyone interested in holding it? I see none. All those in favor, opposed, carry. 13.9, we need a motion to move regarding the recommendation and supplementary report from the city solicitor. Their speaker, never mind. 13.10, we like donations. Anyone move the motion to accept? Thank you, Councillor Matlow, pardon me. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. 13.11, approval of recommended retention schedule for accountability records for Ombudsman Toronto. Okay, Councillor Matlow has moved it. All those in favor, opposed, carry. 13.12, Customer Experience Division Annual Report. This is the excellent work from the Service Excellence Committee, and I think this Councillor, oh, that's 14, okay. All those in favor of the recommendation in here, opposed, carry. 13.13, process enhancement on complaints and compliments. We always like more compliments, but occasional complaints. Here's the process. All those in favor? Who would like to move that motion? Councillor Bravo. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, here's an interesting reporting and dashboard for 311. And Councillor Ainsley. Oh, there you are. I knew, I was looking around for you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion.
Yes, I have two motions on this item. I don't think they're very controversial, Madam Mayor. It's so just quickly to speak to it. So the Service Excellence Committee is spending a lot of time looking at 311, and we're getting reports from different divisions on 311 and the work they're doing. The difficulty that I'm finding is that they're coming to us with problems, and we're not really exploring the solutions to those problems. So these two motions are basically asking the committee and staff, when they bring us a list of problems ward by ward, is that we need to be working on solutions to those problems.
Solutions are good. Knowing the problem is the first step. Talking about the solutions is even better. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, as the chair of the government committee. Any questions to staff or to the councillor? No? It's been moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
He wants to do the work. All power to him. The motion for the approve the entire the report in front of us. You.
Motion 1B separately. So
Oh, we need to do motion 1B separately. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley have moved that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. And the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. 1315, selection process for City of Toronto's representative, OMERS Board of Director. Be good if they built more housing using our funds so city staff can live in the city. Or someone have moved. Deputy Mayor Malik, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Councillor Carroll is not now here. She wants to introduce an item, and also she is holding the FIFA item. So we can change the composition. And
Yeah, just, we just need one more conversation on that, so we'll just hold the FIFA.
okay,
item
we'll
for
hold a
now.
FIFA item, good. And then you have something that you are introducing. Can you please just tell us what it is? And then we'll-
Yes, this is, I don't see the number there. It's going to be, I guess, it'll probably be item number 17, I guess. This is introducing a motion. People can move it once it's introduced, but it's really about aligning ourselves with some recent changes in legislation around fairness in multi-residential taxation. The motion is to have a look at it because while there's provincial legislation, we also have some adjustments that we have made over time within the city's ability to move classes. So we need the CFO to look at this and then align.
Okay, to align ourselves with what's in the provincial budget. All those in favor of introducing this new item? Okay, carry, opposed, carry, thank you. Do you want to move to that item right now?
Yes, let's get the work done.
Yep, and asking more work to you.
Yeah.
And he nodded, okay.
We all dig on fairness. Let's do it.
All those in favor of Councillor Carroll's seeking report on response to provincial budget. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you, that's great. Now, to our speakers list. I know that one of the councillors need to have but she's not here yet. She has dental surgery, so I was going to move her item up first. But given that she's not here yet, we can't do that. Okay. In that case, we will take the first speaker on the Student Nutrition Program. The first speaker is Shahrukh Abu Rahim, Abdul Rahim, Abdullah Rahim, are you on camera?
I'm trying to open camera, but I don't know, there is something.
It's okay, we can hear you anyway. So why don't we go ahead?
Okay, good morning, and I'm so thankful for everyone to give me this chance to speak on behalf of my community and my people. So at the beginning, my name is Dr. Shrouk Abdurrahim. I'm dental surgeon and community health ambassadors with the Flemington Health Center and volunteer coordinator for the Flemington Food Bank and community activist for my community. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Flemington Park and Thornycliffe. We had the chance to visit from your office, my mayor, and it was good meeting with him. And we had a lot of issue in our area. So it will be good to bring the attention for the Flemington Park and Thornycliffe because we had a huge number of refugee newcomers, a lot of people without job, and you cannot imagine the financial state for them. So if we give more support for them, like with the nutrition program, any kind of support, that will be great.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions to the deputants? Thank you for taking the time to speak. The chair of the Flemington Thorncliffe Food Security Task Force, Adriano Miraralto, are you online?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Adriano Murato, and I'm the Executive Director for East York Meals on Wheels and the Chair of the Flemington Thorncliffe Food Security Task Force. As someone with lived experience, it's my honor to have this important conversation today with each of you and our viewers about food security in Toronto. As we see large businesses, banquet halls, restaurants, event venues squander their abundance of food, a different story unfolds just a few blocks away. As a task force that was recently created to address the rise in food insecurity in Thorncliffe and Flemington, we can say that we are aware of the rising number of Torontonians in these neighborhoods who struggle each day to put food on the table. We see that children skip meals, impacting their ability to perform in schools. We see that seniors are making concessions between being able to afford medication and food. And lines at the local food banks exceed the imagination with increasing presence of student and youth. Food insecurity grips these communities, and its effects are sinking deep into the hearts of our loved ones. According to the 2020 Canadian Income Survey, an estimated 20% of children ages 1 to 17 in Ontario live in food insecure households. It's 20%. Schools, community centers, families, and entire communities are struggling to make ends meet. And in turn, this impacts our future generation, their future, their potential. And so many are limited by nutrition, which is one of the most essential things that we need to survive and thrive. Perhaps you can imagine being a part of the 20% of young people in Ontario who grow up food insecure. And while having missed out already on breakfast, you find yourself waiting in line for food at the school cafeteria if there is one operational at your school. And you're told there's just simply not enough food. That the school must feed on a first come, first served basis, and that the budget's limited to 55 cents per person. And therefore only the first 200 out of nearly 2,000 students at that school will receive a snack that day. That out of those provisions, even if you've stood in line and waited, that you only get to choose from, and I quote students here, expired cheese strings and milk. Why cheese strings and milk? Schools are severely limited to what items they can buy, placing real limitations on the quality of food that they can buy, and just as important, the cultural appropriateness of that food that's being served. We didn't like cheese strings and milk 25 years ago. Furthermore, there are limitations on stipends that are being provided to community volunteers who help day in and day out. So we have few snacks and even fewer volunteers, almost no paid staff, to support the existing programs. And this is where community partners such as the members of the task force, which is comprised of community agencies and concerned parents, can play a role to augment these tasks and bolster support. But this important work needs funds to fuel a wholesome response. The basis for these rules need to be investigated and rewritten immediately to help optimize the current regime. Simply just not enough. Kids cannot go hungry on our watch. So while we wait for funding to flow, we really need to seize this opportunity to act quick, make change, inventory resources, and innovate via collaborative partnerships with the community sector. I come from a professional background in social services, and boy, do we know how to stretch the dollar and make community-based initiatives work on a budget. You don't really need to look too far. You can see cost-effective meal programs being run at every Meals on Wheels operation across the province. In a country like Canada, and in a city as diverse and well-resourced as Toronto, it's essential that all levels of government band together with community agencies, with school boards and families to support the creation of a student nutrition plan that's relevant, efficient, and effective. So we ask you today, Honorable Mayor Olivia Chow and the council members, can we count on the city's support to make this happen?
Thank you for giving us a frontline view of what's happening in the community. Any questions to the deputants? May I ask, in your area, most of the school in your area have student nutrition programs?
From my understanding, there are several different programs that run at different levels of funding, rendering some of them nearly ineffective and not able to serve many, whereas some of the other programs are funded, but they just don't have enough funding to meet the need.
Mm-hmm. This year, City Council provided an extra, we upped the budget by about, I think, 8 or 9% or something of that nature to catch up to the price of food. So that's just the beginning. And have you noticed whether that funds have made a difference yet, or it hasn't quite, it's not quite enough?
I don't think it's enough. I think, the schools being able to respond to only 200 out of, 2,000 people, a majority of those that we know are in need, I think points to the need for the province and the federal governments to step up and start flowing money to support the student nutrition promise.
Okay, thank you for that information. Anybody else wants to ask any questions? No? Thank you for your deputation. Our next speaker is Gillian Evans, the principal of Mark Garneau. Madame Principal, are you here? Ms. Evans?
I am here.
Oh, thank you for taking time out on your busy schedule. Running a school is not easy. And you have 5 minutes. Tell us about the food program in your school.
Thank you. I'd love to, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Gillian Evans. I'm the principal of Mark Garneau Collegiate. We're one of the largest schools in the city of Toronto, and we serve the students of the Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park communities. And as we've heard already from the previous two speakers, our neighborhoods are incredibly diverse, and we welcome newcomers from all over the world every single day. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a description of what the student nutrition program looks like on the ground in a school. And I will say that it is the cornerstone of the wraparound supports we provide for our students and for our community. And it's all thanks to incredible generosity of our donors and through the Toronto Foundation of Student Success that we are able to provide approximately $160,000 in food service during the school year. And that's all through donations. This allows us to serve a staggering 1,200 breakfasts and morning snacks, including, yes, cheese strings, which I promise you are mostly not expired unless something has been missed by a volunteer, but it also provides us with the funding for about 200 hot, nutritious, and culturally relevant lunches every day. But we do that under incredible financial restraints, as the previous speakers already let you know. This funding model currently allocates us approximately 80 cents per student per day. And right now, through our suppliers, 1 carton of milk is currently costing us 97 cents. So you can do the math there that we don't have enough money to give kids a carton of milk. And we need to be creative and flexible. But beyond all of those numbers is the reality that we operate in, that I personally and many of my office staff and administrators have witnessed students filling their backpacks with those cartons of milk and cheese strings, cereal packages, and fruit. And it's not because they're gluttonous, but it's because they're bringing them home to serve their families. And for many of our students, these items are more than just a meal. They're a lifeline when access to food at home is uncertain and scarce. So if we want to sustain and expand this essential service, and let's be honest, it is essential, then adequate and secure funding is imperative. We are incredibly grateful for the support we receive, but it's evident that these current funding levels fall short of meeting our growing demand. And we often, please don't tell my bosses, find ourselves dipping into our school budget to subsidize the program's expenses, but that's not sustainable in the long run. And in fact, we only operate this program through the generosity of volunteers, because let's be honest, it takes people and people power to plan, order, prepare, serve, and clean up all of this food service every single day. I said earlier we were creative with our solutions. I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight that a portion of the food served in our program comes directly from here at the school. The vegetables used in our hot lunches are grown in our school garden and greenhouse. They're cultivated by the students in our Green Industries program. And this ensures that there's a freshness and quality to our meals, but also teaches our students valuable lessons around sustainability and self-sufficiency. So we're making every dollar work. We're stretching it to the max. But I believe to truly make a difference, we need to continue to forge partnerships with local agencies moving forward. By joining forces, we can extend this reach and ensure that no child in our community goes hungry. And together we can identify and support those in need, offering not just meals, but also a sense of belonging and security. And isn't that really at the core of what a school should really provide? So the student nutrition program is not just about filling stomachs, it's about ensuring that every child in our community has the opportunity to thrive, regardless of their circumstances. But to achieve this vision, we need your unwavering support and investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal. I do have a question. You probably, you track the academic performance of your students. And can you describe a bit, because we're far removed from it, what impact just even a bit of food would make a difference? What kind of difference does it make to some of the students that you see every day?
So access to food and access particularly to healthy food, not running across and getting Takis and Red Bulls at the Shell station, we know that it's critical to student success. Many studies around the world have directly correlated access to healthy calories and brain focus, decrease in behavioral issues, increase in attention. We know that all of these things are one-to-one directly correlated. We know that when kids come to school hungry with nothing in their stomachs, they can't focus, they're more likely to act out, they're more likely to want to hide in the washroom and avoid that embarrassment of teachers calling on them when they don't know the answer and they can't focus on what they're doing and what they're expected to do during the day. No question. Feeding kids leads directly to academic success.
Thank you for that. Speaking with experience. Any other questions to the principal? And thank you for your staff in organizing the volunteers and sometimes sticking in your own pocket, into your own pocket plus the school pocket. there's no school trustee here, we won't tell the principal, we won't tell the school superintendent. But the motion actually came from the school board, so the school board, what's in front of us, actually, they understand the need. Thank you for your time. Are there any other speakers on this item? The medical officer of health have a brief presentation, okay? And it would be, yes, a quick presentation, and I know some counselors will have questions to her. May I trouble you to come to the desk over here? I believe this is the presentation that was put together is an overview. It was given to the committee that Councillor Canafal have put together, which is the school board and the city committee. And given it's now landing in our executive committee, I thought it was important that you see some of the information that the other committee have witnessed.
So thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, members of Executive Committee. I think my colleague, Althea Hutchinson, who is the director at Toronto Public Health, who is most involved in this program, is just working with our colleagues at Clerks right now to make sure that we have the ability to share the presentation. But Madam Mayor, by way of context and introduction, you're quite right. This was a presentation that was delivered in terms of an overview of the student nutrition program. And this was provided to the City and School Board's advisory committee recently established to discuss these areas of joint interest and where we have some shared objectives. We can talk a little bit about the overall. Our plan is to take you through this presentation once we're actually able to connect it and bring it up on the screen. We have the opportunity to explain to you the history of the student nutrition program, where it actually exists, the extent of the program across the city, some of the challenges that are experienced and that have been experienced over the course of the life of the program, and then a very high-level summary of the opportunities that exist as we see them right now. So please bear with us. I do apologize for this. We're trying to meet your request, and we're about to get the technical issues resolved. So I do apologize for this.
Just a minute. I'm just going to switch the agenda a little bit. I know some of you have questions. I'm wondering whether you can just express your questions now, and then when she's covering it, also consider answering some of the questions. Councillor Carroll, saw your hands up.
While you're getting the share up there, I'll express a bit of surprise about the ask. Maybe it falls into your presentation on where the opportunities are. To be honest, the funding formula was so formulaic for a while there, and there were rules in place that we don't add another school until we're sure that we can equitably serve it, so that it will have a program similar to the other schools. But it sounds like over time, that has become less and less possible. What we're hearing from the deputants is the program isn't as good here as it is there, sort of phenomenon is now starting to happen. And that really concerns me. But, and I don't know if it's a volume situation, because both of the people we heard from are in the Flemington area where the schools are so large. Is it a scope issue? Yeah.
So through the chair, I think this is a very valid question, and I wish I could tell you there was a very simple answer. I think there are a multitude of factors involved. So we do have a fairly long-standing program. And earlier at the outset, there were opportunities, I would say, for some of the programs to provide different elements of a program. And as new partners have come on board, new schools and school communities have come on board, it is always done with the resources that are available. So you're quite right, that's part of it, trying to stretch the resources to accommodate a larger and larger number of schools and therefore a larger number of students. At the same time, the challenge is not wanting to take away from those who have already had established programs. So I think that's what you're getting at, Councillor, and I think you're quite right. But the resources are always what's at issue. We recognize from a health perspective, and you're going to hear about this in this presentation, which my colleague is about to walk you through, we absolutely recognize the value and the importance of meals. You heard that from the deputants. It's not just about nutrition, as important as nutrition is. It's not just about health, as important as health is from a physical health point of view. It is a mental health program, it's a social program, and frankly, it's part of the recipe for academic success, which speaks to the future, not only of those children, but frankly, our community as a whole. So with that, I think we've got our technical issues resolved, with my thanks to our colleagues at Clerks, and I will now hand it over to my colleague, Althea Hutchinson.
So thank you for the opportunity to present. Sorry. Can you hear me better now? There. I think my computer is blocking the mic. So thank you again for this opportunity to present on a program that is quite near and dear to my own heart, the Student Nutrition Program. This is a bit of an abridged presentation that was made to the school boards. So as Dr. DeVilla kind of indicated, you know, what is the Student Nutrition Program? It is a universal meal program that we actually provide. It's provided at the local level. It's run, as some of the deputants had said and Dr. DeVilla indicated, by parents, volunteers, students, and it mainly happens within our public school settings. The aim of the program is to provide access to, you know, safe, adequate, and culturally appropriately healthy food. And there are lots of studies that really speak to the impact of actually being able to have food and how it helps children achieve their academic success. So it supports learning throughout the day. There's actually, as Dr. DeVilla just said, it's not just about the food. The program does so much more. It gives volunteers opportunities to get experience. It creates capacity within the schools itself. It teaches children things about foods. It allows them to have volunteer experiences, and it does build and gives people real tangible job skills that they can use later on. In the presentation, there's a quick video. I will not be going through it, but it gives you an outline of the program within the city. So what is the reach right now of the program? This is the 2023 reach. It does cover the school year of 2023-2024. And basically what we were able to do this year, we reached 619 schools, which is actually 820 programs, because some schools have more than one program. We provide either a breakfast program mid-morning, and there are some lunch programs as well. And generally, we target around over 227,000 meals served per day. This is just a graphical representation where you see the dots about where the programs are being delivered throughout the city. And then in terms of what does the municipal funding do? As the resources, you know, the city has been very good about providing year-over-year increases to deal with the cost of food. However, you know, the resources are not the fulsome amount that would be required to run an entire program in every single school for every single child. So what we do try to do is that when there is funding, we try to focus it on the existing programs so that we don't destabilize the existing programs that actually do exist. And in terms of expanding the program, what we do is that once a school is in, if the population of the school grows under the program, we do cover that. But in realistic terms, what we do see is that the amount that we're actually able to give for each meal does go down. So as the school population grows, we're still supporting the same programs, and we have been seeing this particularly through, you know, some of the situations are happening with refugees and their children's coming. They're going to these schools, and we want to provide them with meals. I've given some indication here in terms of what the funding has been for 2023. As Mayor Chow alluded to, there was an increase that was provided at 8.5% to deal with the cost of food year over year, and so that is available. We do have some comparatory stats as well about what is the investment overall within the program. The last numbers that we have are from 2022. And as outlined here, the city, you will recognize the city is the major contributor towards the school programs. The schools themselves, I have to give them a shout out, as well as the foundations that work with us. You don't see it in here, but they also do quite a lot of fundraising. In 2022, for example, they raised $7.7 million, which when you think about it, is just shy of what the province is actually providing to the program. So as I indicated, funding does come from the students and the parents. They do community fundraising, the school boards do fundraising, and there are corporate donations that go in there as well. And then there's the non-monetary supports, and those are the the volunteers' time. It's the volunteers, the students' time that are actually in the program as well. What are the opportunities? So what could more money do? Frankly, it could do two things. It could actually make the existing programs hold. As one of the speakers said, the funding is not enough. The students are not necessarily providing, and the analogy I like to use is that maybe we say we want to give a student a whole banana, but we're not able to afford the whole banana. And so instead, that banana gets cut into 3, and then a child gets a third of that banana. So that's what we're meaning. We'll be able to make the whole program whole with additional funding. And the other thing that additional funding can do is we could actually expand the program to all students within the City of Toronto. And of course, as we've heard through many of the speakers, many of the deputants, and I think we're experiencing, I know I'm experiencing personally, the cost of food and the increase of cost of food. It is significant, and it's not going to go away. Inflation, unfortunately, is not abating as quickly as one would like. So I do think, and we're thankful towards the federal government for fulfilling their campaign promises. I do think that the work isn't done. I think that there's more advocacy that needs to happen with our provincial partners and perhaps with the federal government as well. And that takes me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Councillor Carroll has some questions.
Follow-up question, because I was going to ask you while I was waiting for the presentation, so where's the province at these days? And there it was in the presentation. So there was a point in time at which we were trying to get to matching funds. When I look at the gap there, it looks like if they were willing to, even if it was over multi-years, if they were willing to move to a matching fund program and we could keep pace at our current investment, you really would have enough to make programs whole and expand sites.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to take that first?
Have you done the numbers on the impact of just matching?
Oh, absolutely. We have looked at those numbers quite extensively. For this coming year, the 2024-2025, if we were going back to my analogy about, through the chair, going back to my analogy about the banana, if we were going to provide a whole banana instead of a third of a banana, the total program cost for all students in Toronto would roughly be $101 million. Right?
Oh, so to run it, the full universal program.
Yeah, sorry. And that would be for the existing programs with the children who are in the programs.
Right.
To run every student in all of Toronto, making them whole, $165 million. So the numbers are quite large, but that's what it would take. In terms of the province and matching what the city has been doing, they would have to contribute, coming into this year alone, they have been steady at roughly $8.5 million since 2016. There have been no increases other than some one-time funding to address COVID-19 costs. But they've been steady now for, that's 8 years.
So I just have one other question then. Clearly they've fallen behind. Have we even made the ask about sitting down and looking at the funding formula between the 3 orders of government? Have we made the ask, let's sit down and push the reset button?
So through the chair, we have made those asks in the past, and I'm just going to remind the executive committee that the original conceptualization of the funding for this program was split evenly amongst 5 different partners, right? So it was city, 20%, province, 20%, feds, 20%, local community, school and local community, 20%, corporate donations, 20%.
Right. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Fletcher.
Could you just elaborate on that little 20% for me, please? Was that when was that model set in place?
When I was a councillor.
So that was set, I'm advised, 2012 through the chair.
2012. And that was now through the Toronto Foundation for Student Success that was receiving all of those funds, correct?
Yeah, so it was a report from the, through the board.
Pardon?
That
Can't
was-
hear you.
Sorry, through the chair, it was a report through the board. And the idea was is that the funding for the program would be shared amongst 5 partners.
That was
3
the
orders of
plan.
government, yes, that was
But
the
it wasn't actually, it
conceptualization.
wasn't the actuality even at that time.
That's correct. We did not get to the 20% across
Yeah,
the 5
that
partners.
was your plan in 2012, and now 12 years later, that still isn't happening. And, but I'm interested in the governance model because there was TOF, which was the Toronto Educational Opportunities Fund that preceded Toronto Foundation for Student Success. And that was very much directly aligned with the Toronto District School Board, and the Angel Foundation was aligned with the Catholic School Board. And then the Foundation for Student Success somehow has a relationship with the province, that the province has now taken over the governance of all food programs, but they're not actually, they're only at $8.7 million, whereas the city's at 16. Do I have that right?
Through the chair, you're correct. The province has what they call 14 lead agencies. And
Sorry,
the lead
I can't
agency
hear.
for Toronto is...
Hear you.
Sorry. The province has what they call 14 lead agencies to support student nutrition programs. And the mandate of those lead agencies is to administer the provincial portion, or what the province provides towards the student nutrition program. And you are correct. The Toronto Foundation for Student Success has been designated as the lead agency for Toronto.
For Toronto, and but even with, we don't have any tracking, we don't have any process to look at the program delivery there, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We do have a contractual relationship with them, but the contract is about the funding that the municipality provides and ensuring within the contract, there are components in there around ensuring that nutritional food is being purchased and reporting back on the whole funding model, like where is money coming into the program, but that's the extent.
Yes, very high level. So tracking which schools maybe ran out of food, ran out of money to deliver the program. It's quite, we know that in June or in May often in schools, the money runs out. And then those food programs, they're over at that time of year for, well, for any school. But I don't think we have a tracking mechanism back around our dollars in that way, the implementation of the program with our dollars.
Through the chair, I would have to go back and check with the manager for the program. I don't have that level of detail.
And then there used to be a board member from the city, and there's no longer, that was removed either under the Ford government or just removed somehow by clerks. I'm not clear how that got removed.
So through the chair, Councillor, we will have to check with, on the details of how that actually came to be. That being said, we are very active partners as part of Student Nutrition Ontario Toronto. This is a very active partnership. I know that Althea and her team are regularly engaged, but we will come back to you with the details on how much tracking and how much direct engagement we have at that level of detail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the Medical Officer of Health? I have one. Hopefully, the federal announcement, the budget on April 16th, will have this item in. Likely the first year is going to be $200 million. And if usually we have 10% of the country's population, right? If it is per capita, it wouldn't be as clean as that. It would be about 20 million. So not that you need to think about it now. The question of getting funding from both the federal and the provincial is the timeline that is in front of you, asking you to come back with some kind of analysis of what kind of funding we're pushing for and when we might get it, and looking at some pilot. Is that something that you can do, which is the motions that I'm moving?
So through you, Madam Chair, I think the ability to explore and the interest on our part in exploring is certainly there. How far we can get will depend on how quickly we get the details, because that will, the devil is always in the details. How much we actually get actually does limit what we are able to consider by way of expansion and proposals.
Absolutely. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do have the CFO sitting beside me, and I do recall it was 8.5% increase. It was about $1.5 million, right? That this round of budget have increased. Is that about right?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Yeah. So, and that money is now gone into your budget. It's being put to good use. So hopefully the banana doesn't have to be divided 3 ways, it'll be divided 2 ways in some of the schools. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any speaker on this item? Councillor Fletcher, you know it well because you were a school trustee, yes.
This is really such an exciting opportunity, and I do want to say that, Madam Mayor, it's an exciting opportunity because you've been involved, I think, your whole political career in feeding kids, and when you were the children's advocate, that was one of the milestones that was so important to understand that. And as I did mention, the Toronto Educational Opportunity Fund, which was established by the old board, and which still goes strong in raising money directly for children's nutrition. And everything that the medical officer of health said about the importance of food for the school day. Originally, this started off with in areas, it was called Learning Opportunities Grant, in the schools that had the lowest income areas in the city by postal code, and those schools came on first. And now we've been expanding that and expanding that throughout the city. But whenever we realize how much more there is to do, it is quite stunning when you learn about what happens to kids that go to school and don't have any food, and because they don't have any money, and sometimes in high school they just go to school without any food because they don't care anymore. They need something to grab when they get into that school. I'm very proud of the work that the city's done. I've been involved in this, as you've mentioned, Madam Mayor, for a long time, but that our lion's share of funding for school nutrition programs in the city, that we've always managed to maintain it despite difficult, tough times. I think during one period, many kids came, we had campaigns, they sent us all pictures, they sent us all letters and said, please, we need our food. And of course, the city stepped up. And I would just say that it has been through the medical officer of health and the board of health that those dollars have flowed and that oversight has taken place. So with this $20 million, that would be amazing, a huge, huge, huge amount of money coming into the system. My real interest is to make sure that it's handled really, really well and that it's handled equitably. And I did mention to the medical officer of health, because when I was on the foundation, I would ask about schools and see that sometimes programs that have been running all year got ended in May because they ran out of money. So first and foremost, to make sure those places that needed that food so much that they can continue to the end of the school year. Because imagine doing well in school, getting near the end, oops, no more food. That's always been a serious thing. And to all the people that volunteer, these programs are not run top down, they're run bottom up. The kitchens, and I think, Madam Mayor, you were a school trustee, I was a school trustee, we know what that looks like in the school. The parents, the volunteers, cutting up all the melons, cutting up the food, prepping things, and that the nooks and crannies, and sometimes even kitchens. Dundas School had a whole kitchen. Bruce School had a whole kitchen, and the late Valerie Ma was so proud of that kitchen, and it's one of the reasons why we fought so hard not to close the school. It fed 300 kids twice a day. It was an exceptional model. So we do have models out there of great food delivery in schools, and I think it would be great if, while we're involved here and as this is growing and rolling out, that we just look at what some of those models are. What's our best practice around food delivery in schools for elementary, for middle, and for high schools? But thank you very much for your constant, continued advocacy and love for food programs in our schools, Mayor.
Councillor Broffel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that this is a really important moment for, I think, Canada. Canada is the only OECD country that does not have a universal student nutrition program. It is possibly one of the most important long-term investments in population-level health. It has been painful over the years to see that countries that have GDPs that are so much lower, like Guatemala, for example, like the majority of countries in the world do have a student nutrition program, and we've been a laggard. Now we're in a situation where there's an investment and a commitment that we believe will come to fruition. I want to recognize that many people in this room, elected people and staff, have been part of the social movement across this country that's led us here. I know for myself, about 25 years ago, I got involved in this movement in my school, advocating at the city, joining when we wanted to expand it to secondary school, because remember, only elementary school students were included. But this became a really critical piece in ensuring that secondary students were staying in school, and actually is a contributor to greater graduation numbers at the secondary level. A massive intervention that allowed also a way to support students that were struggling in other ways. The community building dimension is also fantastic and has been mentioned by my colleague, Councillor Fletcher. This is a bottom-up participatory community building, bond building activity that is really remarkable. And let's be clear that all of the conditions set by the provincial government have made it really difficult to operate. Those kitchens that you talk about, they do not count in the education funding formula as you know, all the facilities, the schools that have those facilities are actually penalized in the allocation of funding. So the step back at the provincial level from this, I think, is problematic. The step forward by the federal government is fantastic. And the fact that the City of Toronto, through different financial trials, has continued to invest in this is a real testament to our understanding here that community safety, community health, the better outcomes in the economy, better workforce, happier, healthier families really does start with this particular piece. So this is a good day. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Carroll, thank you.
I just want to say that compliments to the liaison committee, and I know you're moving a motion that really brings it into sharp relief here, what needs to be done by all three orders of government. But I want to compliment them on the timing, because if we connect the dots here, there has never been a more important time to engage AMO in this, to engage FCM in this, and to go hard on this. Here we are, listening to our municipal counterparts deal with homelessness and extreme poverty in communities that have never had to deal with it, have no infrastructure for it. The fastest and cheapest and most important thing they could do right now is just feed the kids. Just feed the kids in the schools, and we'll over time build the rest of the infrastructure they need. But we have things such as, you know, Kitchener-Waterloo dealing with 6,500 homeless. That's more than what used to be our usual supply. And they have no infrastructure whatsoever to deal with even high numbers of poverty, let alone high numbers of homelessness. To just get to the point where we're dealing with nutrition for the children and the kids who are this close to seeking job opportunities because they're in high school, if we can just get to that point in the school system, we really can make a huge influence over the future generations so that this helps them to dig out of the difficult situation their parents are in right now and the nation seems to be in right now, but particularly Ontario. You know, people are saying to us, why do we have to absorb all these new residents? Can't you spread them out? We'd be spreading them out to municipalities who have far less than we have to deal with them. So let's just really push hard on, there has never been a more important time to do this. It is the most economical way you can begin to address what is happening for that particular 20% of our population that is so struggling right now. To do it in the schools in this universal way also means that they don't dig themselves into seeing themselves as only that, because they're going to sit in the school eating their food behind, they could be sitting beside my grandkid who does have food at home, but there's a universal element to it that will help them to see the opportunity is there for all of us in this room, and we've all got a full belly to do it. And so this is a no-brainer for all of the orders of government. Currently, one order of government is talking about it, municipalities and school boards. The province and the federal government should be seeing this as just the biggest and most affordable opportunity for them ever.
Thank you for that. I have a set of motions that I would put. Any other speaker? Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I just want to echo everything that's been said from my colleagues and our alignment on this. And I know I don't need to remind us in this room or in the work that we do, but Toronto continues to be the child poverty capital of the country. You know, just as recently as last fall, the Wellesley Institute put out a series that really highlighted that the impact of it and the work that collectively needs to be done to address it. As a member of the Board of Health now, and also as a former school board trustee, we know the impacts of programs like this are undeniable. Everything that has been said, academic performance, better focus, concentration, memory, leading to more confidence, better accomplishments, attendance improves. It's about making sure that there is that capability to also extend that health and that achievement and that sense of belonging and confidence and having your most basic needs met in how kids and families are showing up in community as well. And that is the overall health and development that we want to be able to support. That is what we should be able to expect in a city like ours. And it is so encouraging to see the support and the alignment from other levels of government for us to be able to continue in this direction and to continue to demonstrate that we can't do this work alone. And when we do come alongside each other, the outcomes, the well-being for young people, for families, and for our shared future are exponential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Okay, the motions that is in front of you basically is a thank you to the federal government. It's a, I don't know, a 30-year campaign of mine. I know at least. I am showing my age. I started that program in 1985. 86 is that long. And it's just like the early childhood education and childcare program. It's a long, and it's a huge movement from the grounds up, absolutely. I've been to some of the kitchens in the school, like at Ryerson Public School, for example, where it's interesting, some of the moms, they volunteer, they help out, but that is their one meal also. It's not just their kids, it's themselves because of the food insecurity they face. And the fact that we are, yes, feeding the kids, but occasionally because of the moms volunteering, we're feeding the moms also, and sometimes it's the grandmother or the grandfather. Right? So it's an interesting program where there's a cohesion, a social cohesion when you eat together, when you work together, when you cook together, you feel you belong to a community. So this little school program actually produced a lot of benefits with the sense of belonging, the contribution into the community, and also when they go out and fundraise for little small businesses, the small business join in. If they can, then they too come alongside, and it's a very community-based program. There's also a little bit of a side benefit because some of the schools have been looking at buying 100 miles. Remember the old program where you buy local, you shop local, which means that the food that they are buying is from the local farmers in Ontario, and which helps the local farmers, and also deal with, if they understand the importance of food and not just chips, it deals with the obesity question. And in high school, if it's done well, if there is enough support, then some of the kids learn how to cook, and it becomes a skill and appreciation of food, appreciation of where the food are grown, and the skills they need in order to then establish later on a family and learn to cook. So it's a lot of benefits. I know that at least more than half of the counselors here have been former school trustee, that you know this program really well. And I think it's one of the reasons why this program survived here at City Hall through lean years, very lean years, and we just keep holding on to it. So with this new opportunity for a new investment, we should be able to see an improvement. And I thank you for your past support and involvement. It is also now a time for you to join some of the local community, and I know the MOH has a local team, a community team with your staff, I believe. Some of the councillors, if you're interested in joining them and looking at a program that is enhancing the program if and when we get the funds, it would be great. I'll do my best to put this item continuously on the New Deal table that is still meeting. And this will be an item that we'll be negotiating with the provincial and the federal government. So hopefully we'll have some better news or good news with some details as to how much and when. Okay, and thank you for support of this comprehensive motion here. It also asks to invest the possibility of a little bit of snack or something for summer programs, because a lot of kids, the same kids that are being fed at school may also need something in the summer, and that there's a priority list, because when we open up the program, there are schools that are really needed, but we ran out of money, so we can't include them. We'll look at that. And also if we could have actual meals in school, that's even better. And the quality of it goes up tremendously. So lots to think about, lots to work on. So thank you for your support. The motion's in front of all of you. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you so much. Next item. Bruce Davis.
Sorry, Mayor.
Sorry?
I did ask for that to be reordered so I could zoom out to the dentist.
Oh, yes, you have a dental program. Yes.
Thank you.
Your item is 13 point...
Number 5.
5. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
On 13.5, the Waterfront Secretariat, New Beginnings, New Islands, there is a, Tiffany Malley. Tiffany, are you here? Tiffany Malley of the Toronto Indigenous Community Land Trust. On Portlands, I don't see Tiffany. Any speaker? Any other deputants that might be interested? Seeing none, I'm moving ahead. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. I did think we had the Deputant, Ms. Malley from the Toronto Indigenous Community Land Trust. But basically, I don't have any questions, but I just wanted us to make this move today. And I note a really great story by Ben Spur today that outlines all of the reasons why and the importance of naming or renaming Villiers Island, which is creating a new island in Toronto waterfront, and it would have a new name. And the new name would definitely reflect the very deep and long-going Indigenous history on our waterfront, which is not noticeable anywhere on the waterfront at the current moment. And we have had that pointed out to us a number of times by elders, and particular Elder Duke Redbird, that you would never know that for millennia that Indigenous people relied on our waterfront for their food, for their lodgings, for gathering places. And this is our opportunity to start a new process on a new island. And I think it's very exciting. There is a naming circle that has been put together through the Indigenous Affairs Office and through Waterfront Secretariat and City Manager's Office, which will come up with that new name. And I do believe that that will be the name selected, that it's not going out for consultation, that's the name, very much in the main way that Councillor Carroll was able to work with the naming circle for her fantastic new community centre, which we opened, what day was that?
March 23rd.
March 23rd, she knows it because it was such a momentous, momentous occasion, and it is so very much appreciated by everyone there. That was a Wendat name. We're not presupposing what name there would be here for the new island, but it will be done with integrity and through the naming circle that we've set up. There is the date to have it ready, because when the island's actually created, when the Don River meets the new river, when that plug comes out, we have a brand new land formation, and we should have a brand new name that recognizes the indigeneity of the City of Toronto. So with that, I would like to move the recommendation in the letter, Madam Mayor.
Excellent. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik, and then Carol.
Thank you very much. And I just want to start by commending the direction taken through this report, and the leadership of Councillor Fletcher to advance Indigenous reconciliation is foundational in the ongoing work to revitalize the Portlands, and to also thank city staff for the coordination and collaboration on that from the Waterfront Secretariat and the Indigenous Affairs Office as well. As was mentioned, as we complete the landmark project to renaturalize the Don and the flood protection, the work to build this new community continues, and the commitment to a next phase of waterfront revitalization, which began planning last term of council, put a new focus on truth, justice, and reconciliation with Indigenous communities, including through engagement with Indigenous communities as a core priority. And through its ongoing work, Waterfront Toronto, in partnership with the city, has moved beyond some of the basic obligations of consultation and embedded actions for reconciliation in its planning and implementation. And these actions include a formal memorandum of understanding with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and convening through a formal working group to inform project principles, plans, delivery approaches, and design. And the work continues with the Minokamek Collective, a group of Indigenous advisors and facilitators who are working with Waterfront Toronto to ensure that the waterfront remains a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, that we are really taking seriously the placemaking that has to be defined on our waterfront. And there has been coordinated opportunities for ceremonies and gatherings, and the communities that are so key in the Portland flood protection milestones at events, including important ones like the seed planting that happened there. This commitment continues with 6 new RFPs for Indigenous art at various sites across the waterfront, and 5 RFPs for Indigenous design, art, and architecture for incorporation into the Portland's flood protection public realm with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations and the Minnecomic Collective participating. Together, these steps are maintaining Indigenous reconciliation is at the forefront of our engagement and our action at Waterfront Toronto and as a city. And I'm very pleased to see the recommendations for a further focused strategy for the Portlands into the future. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I just wanted to, hopefully, I hope this is seen as helpful. I just wanted to fortify what the councillor is moving today and the deputy mayor has just spoken to in the other actions to make sure that my colleagues and I stop right now and realize this is your most important vote, not what comes back. This is the vote right now, because what we're doing is taking this odd power that we're given because we got elected to name things forever and ever. It's an odd power. It's not why I became a councillor. So I can name things, but we get it. We get this power. We're handing it off today. If you put up your hand and you vote for this, you're done. And I wouldn't be making this speech except for what happened with Sankofa Square. Because truth and reconciliation is a commitment we made, so is confronting anti-Black racism. And today you're going to raise your hand and you're going to take this odd power and you're going to give it to someone else. You can't then turn around and say, ooh, I think I'll take it back, I don't like that. Which is why we have a new community in Don Valley North called Edananawastana. It's 21 letters, there's 6 N's in it, but it means something beautiful. And leaders in the Wendat community embraced it and gave it to us. They gave us a gift. After we put up our hands and said, let's do it this way, here's the power, you name it. We're doing that right now. So we're not, I pray, we are not gonna turn around and go, nah, don't like that. You've given your power to someone else and you're done today. So think hard before you put it, if you don't want to do that, say so today. Because it's very special to say, no, you should be the people who name this, because this is your land. We're not giving back the land. That would be the true gift. But at the very least, we're giving the power to name and we're done. And on that basis, I'm going to put up my hand today. Hope the same thing happens in council. And then you embrace whatever comes back and make it a beautiful thing, which is what is happening in Edananawastana community. We just named a park and a street. And the next we know, people said, we're in, we're all in. And now a library and a community center and a childcare and a neighborhood exists called a thing where they lived good and beautiful lives, because we got that gift. So put up your hand today and then consider yourself done, and we will get some beautiful gift back in return for Villiers Island. That's my rant, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, no other speaker? I see, yes, no, okay. All those in favor, Councillor Paula Fletcher's motion, I'm sorry? Recorded vote, okay. All right, recorded vote. All those in favor, Councillor Fletcher, Deputy Mayor Cole, no, not Cole. Yes, sorry, I just can't see him. Oh, thank you. Carol, Bravo, Malik, McAfee, and Matlow, and Chow. It's unanimous, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Oh, sorry, Ainsley, Perks, and Morley, thank you. Great. Well done. We are back to item number 13.2. Supporting potential city building opportunities on Toronto District School Board land. there is a speaker, which is Bruce Davis. Bruce, are you here? Huh. He's online, okay. Oh yeah, there you are. Mr. Davis, there you are. And
How's my audio?
perfect.
Great. Your worship, how are you? It's good to see you.
I am well.
Before I speak to this item, can I just say how amazing it is that the top item on your agenda of your cabinet, of your executive committee was student nutrition and feeding our children. That speaks to your administration and to your career. And I could just listen to former trustee Carol and former trustee Paula Fletcher all day. So if you just thank them for me.
No.
I'm here really to speak to item 13.2, but I do also want to mention one of the later items, 13.4, the Somali Community Center is a very big priority for me. So I do hope that you'll support that one when it comes up. In my day job, I run a small firm called Public Progress, and I'm focused mostly on helping municipalities and nonprofit agencies to create housing, deeply affordable housing. And we also do some shelter work and some other consumption treatment site work. But in another life, I was a school trustee, and like many of you around the table, and I was one of the architects of the TDSB's real estate subsidiary, Toronto Lands Corporation. That was 20 years ago. So I put that together with Sheila Ward. So I really wanted to speak to this item that's on your agenda today. And I'm hoping that people will support your recommendations, but I'd like you to actually consider adding to your recommendations. But before I do, I want to speak to some of the history and some of the successes. And if you look back at the old TBE, Toronto Board of Education, and the old City of Toronto, that was really the best example of integrating community and schools together. And you'll know this, Your Worship, because you were there. But when we formed the new school board in 1997, that's almost 30 years ago, the TDSB had 87 indoor swimming pools. We had more indoor swimming pools than any group in North America, anywhere. And of course, that's now been cut almost in half because of amalgamation and the structural financial. But when the TBE and the City of Toronto were working together, they did amazing things for community assets. The best example in my area, in Deputy Morley's area, is the Alderwood Place, where the school, the pool, the childcare, the library, the gymnasium, they're all integrated. In fact, in the library, the school books and the Toronto Public Library books are actually sit on the same shelf side by side. So it is possible. And that was done by former City Councillor Irene Jones, former trustee Diane Cleary. That was in a different era where in Etobicoke they could work together. And it is vital that the city and the school boards work together. The last positive example I'll give you before I move on is when we did the 4-pad arena. And of course, Deputy Morley knows this very well at Lakeshore Lions. That is actually a 4-pad arena built on school board property. The priority now has to be housing. And this is where I'd like you to add to your recommendations. And I think education worker housing is vital for the city and for the school board. And I think we need to get QP 4400, the Elementary Teachers of Toronto, OSSTF District 12, to join this mission that you have of working with the school board, because it is vital. Right now, it's impossible for a school secretary or a caretaker or an ECE or an EA or even a new teacher. It's impossible for them to live in the city. It's just not affordable. And what you're seeing now is the school board cannot recruit. They have vacancies, and it's affecting education, but it also affects our neighborhoods. So one is I'm hoping that you can add those folks to your recommendation. The last thing that I want to add is a site. And I've raised this with the school board before, and I'd really like you to look at the former Burnhamthorpe Collegiate site, 500 the East Mall. And councillors, you can look this up on your phones while we're talking. This is a 17-acre site on the 427 at Burnhamthorpe and the East Mall. This is a sprawling old high school, frankly, should be redeveloped. It's for adult ed. Right now, it's an adult ed facility, and this facility should be redeveloped for mixed use, including housing, different levels of affordability, rental, co-op. And if you look at this photo behind me on the screen, this is what's happened at Don Somerville, and Councillor Fletcher can tell you all about that, but you can have a mixed use, mixed income community on a 17-acre site at the East Mall in Burnhamthorpe. And I think that would be an excellent signature project to kick off a renewed school board city initiative around real estate and housing. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
I do have a question to you. This morning, the Minister of Education said that the school board should not close school. Does that connect with this motion? This motion basically said when you're selling a surplus, well, when there's surplus land, not saying that they need to close the school, but if you have surplus land, that consider partnering with the City of Toronto so we could help build some housing or community center or pools or any number of infrastructure that are needed to support the neighborhoods so that there could be more housing. Does it contradict this motion in any way? I don't believe so, but I just want to hear from you.
Great question. I can't tell if Councillor Fletcher is still in the room, but 20 plus years ago, she and I were faced with closing Bruce School in her area, in her ward.
She is still
Bruce
in the
School
room,
was
yes.
underutilized, right? Underutilized. And one of the things that we looked at, we had the option of closing it. We didn't want to close it. One of my first votes on the school board was not to close Bruce School. But what we did look at was the concept of creating a teacherage. It sounds like a weird phrase, but you know, combining some residential use in the upper part of the school so that the bottom part of the school could maintain viable classroom, and upstairs we could house teachers. It didn't fly at the time, but we did some work on it. So the idea, frankly, I'm not a big advocate of closing schools. I'm not a big advocate of even selling school properties. I'd much rather hang on to those properties and look for some kind of creative, adaptive reuse. So it could be taking part of a building. It could be adding to a building. There's nothing that says you couldn't have staff. Now, staff don't want to live in the same school that they're teaching at, but you could absolutely have mixed use campuses where there's some where there is some residential and educational occurring on the same campus. I know of many, many sites where that could work.
I know the Bruce School program very well because I was a children's advocate at the time. We ended up having a childcare center and a toy library and a family resource center. And that was the beginning of the First Duty pilot project where we put in $4 million that eventually led to all-day kindergarten. So Bruce School had a very significant role to play, and I'm glad the principal at the time, Valerie Mott, did not close the school. So what the province, you're saying that what the province have announced today would not contradict what we are trying to do here at the executive committee. I'm hearing that clearly. Right? So,
correct.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carroll, did you have a question? No? You speak to it. Okay, any other questions? Okay, you also want to speak to it? Thank you. Councillor Matlow and then Carroll.
I have a motion to contribute to the item that City Council request the Province of Ontario to reform Ontario Regulation 44498 to extend the preliminary circulation period to 180 days, inclusive of 90 days for expressions of interest and 90 days for formal offers. And I will hand over the printed version.
There it is. Do you want me to hold it down?
Do you want me? I'll just speak to it. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Go for it, Councillor Matlow.
Once we're at the end of this item.
It doesn't sound that complicated.
To put it in plain English, just so you understand what this is, Currently, when and if, and we'll see where things go given the minister's announcement today, but when and if school boards do declare a property surplus, they're offered to other public entities, including colleges and universities, other school boards as well, and it gets to the city, and then if we don't take it, then it goes to the private sector. If we want to consider whether it be some public housing initiative or a community hub, we don't have a lot of time to really be able to prepare that and assure that we can capture the site. So this essentially just gives more space for circulation and the ability for the city to provide interest, to be able to do something in the public interest on public land and to have it remain as public property for a public project.
Mm-hmm. First right of refusal. Thank you. Councillor, good luck with your hope, no pain. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Carroll, you want to speak?
Well, now I have a question of the mover, before, if you don't mind, before.
Okay,
before
actually, before that, why don't you look at my motion? I'll speak then.
Yeah.
I'll take up some airspace so that for the clerk to get it ready. My recommendation really is to support, you do have that, right? Okay, you can put it on the screen, please. Okay, the motion that is in front of you is asking them to work with us, with the provincial and the government to allow the flexibility so that the land would not be, that there would be negotiation is not market value because it is a public land, so that we can then work together with the community and the school board to secure any number, advance a provincial priority, whether it could be housing, right, or long-term care and any kind of provincial priority. And combined with the first right of refusal would be a good thing so that we can have our hands on it first. So that is the motion that is in front of us because there's so much we can do together and there's unique opportunity for cooperation. There are land that, and because the school board is not in a position to, they don't have the expertise to deal with that kind of land, surplus land, whereas we do. So let's work together and fully keeping it in public hands and enhancing the neighborhood needs. So, and your motion is now ready, hopefully?
Yeah, and I just have a minor point of order. I was informed, we historically have called the Ontario Regulation 44498. I just heard that they changed the regulation number. So there's going to be a minor amendment just to change the regulation number, but the intent of the motion stands.
Is that all right? Yes, they have changed the number. Okay. 37423. Extend preliminary circulation. Okay. Yep. To us. Brilliant. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm glad I saw that. That's not an unreasonable extension. So having seen that, I don't need to ask a question of the mover.
Okay.
Although I will continue to call it 444. I still call it the O'Keefe Center. Because 444 has been such a thing that it's been a deal crusher for a long time on exactly these types of things, where you can meet a social good that we all agree on, except for this one problem. I have potential in 2 different places for this to make an impact and make sure that affordable housing happens in a couple of big potential sites in my ward. Bruce named another in Councillor Morley's ward, and so on and so on and so on. There are a lot of places because we've gotten pretty good now, the TDSB and I think the TCDSB is going to do it, and what is not a secret is they're going to do a similar thing of school in the plant of the building. in the Canadian Tire lands in Edenana-Waston neighborhood. And so that's a model now that exists very effectively in Toronto. But we're really asking them to square the circle, because while you could do that before under 444, they might pay the market value for the school portion of the site, they could still wedge in some affordable housing. That's not possible now, because we were making that happen largely by just handing over our Section 37 to the whole equation. I think that's what happened in Northern Secondary. They got all of the Section 37 to make it work. North Toronto, sorry. And so this is really just making something that used to be possible. I hope they'll consider it, because it fills out a pro forma and in a number of places allows us to improve their student capacity, improve their physical plan, but meet a social good for the whole community. And so I think that that 180 days deadline allows us time to consider, is that the potential here? And then removing the must be fair market value quotient of it really gets us to the point of, we're not going to demand that we be sold these places for $1, but where fair market value turns out to be $55 million because it's next to a subway, you're just not going to meet the social good. And so this is a great thing if they just embrace it.
Thank you it's good to have people that have historic knowledge, with all these expertise, years of experience in this room. I'm astounded. Thank you. On Councillor Matlow's motion, all those in favor? And the item with my recommendations.
I'd like to speak to the item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Cole, please.
Yeah, no, this is a very important direction we're going in. I just want to say that it's been very frustrating dealing with the TDSB on their surplus lands and their lease lands. I have a massive piece of property that the TDSB leases to a private college. And most of the students seem to be students that are coming from other countries, and I am trying to build some affordable housing for the Latino community in Toronto, right next door, and they have a small piece of land. If I tried to reach them and say, listen, could we just take a sliver of your 15 acres there that you lease to a private school and allow us to build some much needed affordable housing for these Latino seniors? Well, no interest. Compound that with my experience in Lawrence Heights. Lawrence Heights, in the community, there are 2 schools right in Lawrence Heights. The junior school is almost half empty, if not. The elementary school is half empty. Then they basically were, 10 years ago, they signed an agreement where we were going to use some of their land to build our revitalized Lawrence Heights, providing another 10,000 homes for people, a community center. Well, after 10 years, last year, they broke the agreement and they said, we're no longer interested in sharing some of our land so we could build a community center and proceed with phases 2 and 3 of the Lawrence Heights revitalization. So at great cost and great delay, our city had to basically redo this whole plan of revitalization in Lawrence Heights and delayed the progress, delayed the affordable housing, delayed the community center, added about $10 million worth of cost when they're sitting on this land right in the middle of Lawrence Heights that they could have built a new school, a new junior school, public school. Zero cooperation, in fact, obstruction. So at one point in time, we've got to talk face-to-face with the school board to get their act together, because I don't mind them having these lands for education, etc. But they have to realize we are in a housing crunch. and they have to be partners and not be obstructionists in this attempt to build housing and to build a community center. So that's my rant for today. Thank you.
Very useful rant, gives some context. May I ask you a question? What is the purpose of their obstruction? Basically, they don't want any change, or why?
They gave some the Planning Department and Parks Department can maybe give details. They gave some convoluted, couldn't understand what the heck the logic was, but it was just so, let's say, difficult to understand what they were trying to achieve by basically negating a 10-year agreement, because they said, well, we have these long-term plans and our long-term plans have changed. Anyways, it's too hard to explain, but maybe so many parks departments are following. This has been going on for 10 years with the school board, trying to get them to basically help us build a community center on their empty school site. Anyways, so staff can probably better explain this, because this has been going on for years.
Deputy Mayor Cole, now that we have a committee that has both the school board trustee, several boards, and the city, our staff, their staff, a central location, encourage you, if you continuously have problems, take it to the committee and we could deal with some of those difficulties where we could iron things out. It could be the political arm may not know what who knows, right? We'll try to sort that out. But on the motions in front of us, one at a time. I said Councillor Matlow's motion.
I'm sorry to do this. I'm hearing that we need to hold down, staff are advising to hold down the item for a moment. Let's go on to the next item.
Yeah, okay, we'll clean up the motion.
Something needs to be.
Okay, we will do so. We will put that in the bin. So, item 13.4, the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. And we have some speakers here. Fraud Abdi. And then after is Faduma Mohammed. And then Sak. Yep. 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. My name's Fuad Abdi, and thank you for the opportunity to depute here. And I've met many of you, and it's a pleasure to kind of have this conversation with you today. I want to begin by acknowledging today that it is the last day of the blessed month of Ramadan, and tomorrow we begin Eid al-Fitr, which is a celebration of a month-long fasting, a dedication to community work, charity, and a lot of work that our community has been doing. So we're on the precipice of a holy celebration tomorrow. On this precipice today, I speak to you about the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. For over 40 years, my community, including my parents, my grandparents, fought for the opportunity to build a community center. It is this legacy and dream that continues to drive my work, the work of our community, an investment of great resources, both time and energy. We are a Black community who faces many systemic barriers to inclusion, particularly in city process and services. In that light, it's really important to view the motion that you have in front of you today in that light as an opportunity to address the dream that has been deferred for many years by the city. For decades, and precisely for over 40 years. It was in July 2022 when the city passed a unanimous motion that commits to the establishment of the Somali Community Center that we were incredibly elated and pleased. Since that time, working with the city and its multitudes of departments and officials has been both fruitful, but also incredibly frustrating at many times. Throughout my career, personally, I've built large infrastructure projects, both here in Canada and internationally. I actually know what it takes to develop infrastructure projects, and I have done it before, many times. The first step of any project is really the first step, which is land acquisition. And really, the motion you have in front of you makes this work exceedingly difficult for us, absolutely difficult. It requires long-term operational funding to be secured from higher orders of government, an unprecedented condition that makes the Somali Community Center almost not a reality. In reviewing the last 17 years of city records for such decisions, there is no precedent for what this motion is trying to do. Effectively, this motion erects a systemic barrier. Yes, like it's a systemic barrier for the Black community, for a Black social infrastructure project, and it moves goalposts and effectively creates a difficult condition to overcome. I'm telling you today that all federal capital investments are contingent on an executed land lease agreement. And Councillor Cole here was just talking about building a community center in his riding, and he's probably very familiar with the requirements of federal investment. You must demonstrate to the federal government that before they can provide any federal funding that you have an executed agreement. The city knows this because based on our research and our records, it has acknowledged the importance of land as a key enabler for federal funding in many of its decisions. I think what this motion really does now is sends us on an infinity loop by creating a precondition for any city support to federal and provincial governments, and then federal and provincial governments requiring city support. And so we are on an eternal loop. And I think for us, it's been a demand that has never been asked for any community or any social infrastructure project for any of the past 17 years we've reviewed. You really have an opportunity to amend this motion today so that it is reasonable, fair, and continues the city's commitment to Toronto's diverse and very large Somali community by recommending a long-term land lease, directing city staff to negotiate and report back to us, to you before approval, eliminating the unprecedented conditionality that exists in the language of this motion that will essentially kill this 40-year effort of our community. There is clear approaches to doing this for our community, a commitment made to us by many of you throughout the years. We're not asking for a lot, we're just asking for a little. It's time to act, honestly. I want to end with an old Somali proverb that really loosely translates to the following: when we really come together, we can mend a crack in the sky. Help us mend this crack in the sky, and please take a leadership role. Thank you.
So first of all, for all of our colleagues, information. There's been some very good work done to prepare a motion that will be moved by Councillor Morley that I understand will fix the concerns that you raised and something that can help the community move forward. Is that not true?
That's right, Councillor Matlow, that's right.
Okay. So you mentioned, and first of all, there's a lot of expertise and knowledge on, in your committee, on your group. Would you mind just letting everybody know sort of what you do as well?
So I'm an infrastructure developer. I've worked on large infrastructure projects, including the construction of transit, community social infrastructure, community centers, housing. And so my expertise is actually in building large social infrastructure projects.
You also mentioned that this is a 40-year journey for the community. If we don't take the necessary actions today to, yes, we're not going to get across the river, but at least get to the next stone to get across, how will it impact the community that's been desiring this for so long?
It'll send us back many, many decades. And I think our community has started this in the late 1970s. Met with Premier Bill Davis when he was Premier, met with Premier Peterson, met with former Mayor Malasman, so it's been a really long journey. My grandparents started this work, and I'm here today, sitting here trying to do the same work. And a lot of it has to do with our community just encountering significant systemic barriers to inclusion, and also the erection of barriers that sometimes don't even make sense. And you ask yourself, whose interest is in it? Is it even in the public interest erecting these barriers? And so fundamentally, I think there is a recognition that the city has to be an enabler to development. an enabler to social infrastructure, an enabler to investment in Black communities. And a few seconds ago, I think there was a discussion here about how you are requesting the Toronto District School Board with their lands to be an enabler. Are they requiring you to provide long-term operational funding and requirements? And if they provided that to you, you would find it unreasonable if they said that to you. So I think what we're asking is for the same standard that is applied to everybody and not unprecedented conditions being applied to our Black community.
You're saying we shouldn't be the obstructionists that we accuse others of being. The last question I have for you is just again for the information of all. You and your peers have held a series of different, whether it be public meetings, community cultural events, Nuit Blanche, but along with spending tens and tens of thousands of dollars that the community has put forward to even get us here to this place. Can you just speak to that just for a moment?
So to date, our community has spent about $1.8 million in capital resources and funding that we've secured and paid services for to just do the work to get to us. Not a lot of communities have this resources available to them, and it's an incredible amount of community resources that we've dedicated to moving this effort. And I think when we started this journey in July 2022, the city was supposed to come to the table to offer these resources to help us. But I think there were challenges associated with that. And I understand the city's fiscal challenges, but we said, okay, we've got to take this at the helm and let us lead the investment for our community. And we raised the money, we got the services, and we got a lot of the investments done on our own. And we are moving this forward, and we want the city to be strong partners with us and commit with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Any other questions to the deputants? Thank you for taking the time and not losing faith. Grandfather would be proud. Next speaker, Faduma Mohammed. Is Faduma here? Online. There you are. Hello, Faduma.
I'm here. Hello. Good morning, Mayor Chow and Executive Committee members. My name is Faduma Mohammed, and I am a community member, a Somali elder, and for many decades, a labor organizer committed to building. Can you hear me?
I just facilitate things.
Sorry, Faduma. I'm just going to flag to our chair, Mayor Chow, just to mute for the microphone so there's no feedback for the
Thank
feed.
you. My apology. I was trying to make sure your motion would pass.
Was received. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I will start over again. My name is Faduma Mohammed, and I'm a community member, a Somali elder, and for many decades, a labor organizer committed to building the workers' rights movement. My community has been, as I told you earlier, pushing the city to build a Somali community center for more than 40 decades. And we're very happy when in July 2020, Council passed a unanimous motion committing to development a Somali Center for Cultural and Recreation. We love the promise of a place of belonging for our community, creativity, community work, recreation, a place of archiving Somali culture and heritage in Canada. Personally, it was going to be a place for my grandchildren to play, feel at home, and learn their culture. This project, led by my community, is bringing great hope and energy that we will finally build a community center. I'm here today to urge you to support the Somali community in Toronto, one of the largest Black communities in Canada, in achieving its long-stated goal. You can actively eliminate systemic barrier, create equity, and move forward immediate action. You can do so by removing the major barrier, as described earlier, from the existing motion, including by eliminating the requirement for a long-term operational funding from both the provincial and federal government for a land lease agreement. This requirement is unprecedented and deeply unreasonable threshold that has never been requested for any other organization before, as we researched it. Putting this condition first time to the Somali community is not fair and right. It's a poison bill because both of those orders of government, as you all are aware of, do not, and I repeat, do not provide long-term operational funding to any organization, including the City of Toronto. Every funding system by both the provincial and federal government requires a land lease first. Land is the key to unlocking the promised major investment, and your leadership is needed today to make this a reality. We want you to provide a clear direction to city staff, including relevant departments and agencies, to negotiate a long-term land lease for the city audit side with the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation and on its expedited basis. There have been too many delays already by city staff, and my community needs your clear support to get things moving forward. There are viable sites, and we need to get this done now. I have been waiting for this community center for more than 40 decades, and my generation began long this work in 1970s. Now, my children and grandchildren generation is demanding your support. It's time to act and be the true progressive leadership that the city needs. The decision you make today, in the last day of our holy month Ramadan, will be recorded in our community history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faduma. Are there any questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you for joining us today. Our next deputant is Zakaria Abdul. Thanks for joining us, Zakaria. Please begin whenever you're ready, and you have 5 minutes, and when you're getting close to your time, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Good morning and Eid Mubarak to you all. I wanted to begin my remarks and thank you to Council Executive Committee and city staff, and for community elders like Uncle Halole who are here, who similarly has spent the last 4 decades working on this legacy project for our community to make a collective dream a reality. I'm speaking to you as a privileged Torontonian, and I want to reiterate Eid Mubarak to Mayor Chow, the entire Executive Committee, who will witness over the next few days a joy come over our city, a real civic joy. But not only a civic joy, but audacious hope is why I have the privilege to depute in front of you today. The Somali Center project thanks city staff, council, and Mayor Chow for aiding this legacy project to date. However, in order for the momentum on the Somali Center project to keep moving forward, we need to see this project as a Canadian story. We need to see it as a civic rite of passage. Sadly, however, a part of this rite of passage is overcoming stigma. And we've seen other communities have to overcome stigma in order to fulfill the civic hope of preserving their culture and heritage in this wonderful and vibrant city. Overcoming stigma as the first person in my family's history born in Toronto is often done by looking in the eyes of my beautiful daughters, who are also born here in Toronto, just like myself. But it also means that you diligently work with elders, with professionals, the private sector, with city council, with city staff, to bring an advocacy effort started by Somali elders in the late 1970s. The stories we've heard from elders have been riddled with a cold reality about an unfair stigma, leaving me to wonder, will I be able to tell my daughters a story of action-oriented hope, or will I tell them a story about a stigma that their dads, grandparents, and great-grandparents' generation were not able to overcome? On this project, like I've mentioned, we've had incredible support. We've had support from philanthropy, we've had support from the private sector, we've had some incredible friends on council, many who I see today. We've been very grateful for the continued support of Mayor Chow. But while working on this project, we've also been told the following. And I'm hoping to speak as truthfully as possible today. We've been told, you know, the bar was always going to be higher for your community. We've been told there's a perception about your community that you will have to overcome. We've been told, are you sure about your community's ability to work with others? Stigma. Stigma about being Somali in Toronto. And as somebody who was born and raised in the city, it's been easier to walk through these halls of City Hall as any other of my identities, but being Somali. And I'm hoping that ends going forward. Because that stigma is derailing the joy of our audacious civic hope to begin to tell a narrative not only to my daughters, but to my elders, so my daughters can tell their daughters about this city building initiative being driven by one of the largest Black communities in Toronto, who also represent one of the largest Muslim communities. A story about a Canadian social infrastructure project being driven by and for Canadians. A story about a community proud to be from Toronto, who's impacted every single ethos and every single ward nearly of Toronto's vibrancy. And on this last day of Ramadan, I pray, I really pray as I'm fasting, to tell my daughters a story that they can tell their children about the project, about our partnership, about our friendship and coming together, where we no longer have to worry about stigma. And I hope that moment is today. And I hope that moment as we celebrate Eid in Toronto with other Torontonians happens not only with the amendments that we've been told about on the motion, but the fact that this is a project viewed as not just a Somali project. This is a city building initiative for all Torontonians, looking for equal and fair treatment. And I hope that's not too much to ask for. And I end my hopes where the leadership from this Executive Council Committee tells us that we no longer have to worry about stigma about being Somali in Toronto. I will end with two proverbs, one mentioned by my colleague Fuad, from our beloved Somali mothers, stating that if we come together, we can even mend a crack in the sky. Well, I'm happy to share a proverb from our fathers today, as I am a father. And there's a Somali saying that I often hear in our community, and it goes, Ishkashfatu makufto, which means when people stand together, they do not fall. And I hope today, and I hope going forward from this day onward, that we can rely on council, the mayor's leadership, city staff, to continue to stand together and bring our city and communities together to ensure this project doesn't fall, but a ton of other city building projects do not fall as well. Thank you so much.
Quite a beautiful presentation. Thank you for taking the time. And Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, just a quick question of the deputy. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, Councillor Carroll.
I forgot it was the last day. You list yourself as your name plus SCCCR. Are you going to be a director of the center, or you're that's just out of pride?
Councillor Carroll, I'm currently the board chair and president of the organization.
Oh, okay.
But I don't believe titles mean you lead, so I rarely use my formal title.
Right. No, I just wondered if you were associated with the center, because I asked because you said we do want to work with others in the community, and I wonder if you're suffering from stigma that's not your own stigma, but it comes from our past experience. When we open culturally specific community centers, we've had experiences where we open them, and their initial agreement is that there are going to be opportunities for the rest of the community to also share. And then we have to sort of fight our way in the door 15 years later. That's got nothing to do with the SCCCR. It's just past experience of the city. One of them is a culturally specific center, different culture, but in my ward, we had to go back and find the documentation and say, here, you agreed to do this. Ended up with a happy ending. One of the ways in which they could meet the tenants was simply to rent their banquet room out for weddings, and access was there, and they'd met all the tenets of the agreement. But is that sort of thing being discussed as well, that there will be opportunities where the community that surrounds you wants to share in the use of the facility, and that would be possible?
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Carroll. I'll respond twofold. The first response is around providing you with a bit of a background about Somali culture. And a part of Somali culture, but also Islamic culture, is being very dear and welcoming your neighbors very earnestly. And that is a fundamental principle, not only of our faith, but our culture. And there are many Somali sayings that I'm happy to share with you offline about welcoming your neighbors in. In terms of what's been discussed in the project to date now, there has been discussions around a community access agreement to ensure that wherever we land in terms of a final location, that the broader community will always benefit and have direct access to the space. And that there's an opportunity to have some preservation of cultural heritage. But our goal throughout this project has always been to address social infrastructure gaps. in a broad community.
Right.
So this is why it's a city building initiative, Councillor Carroll, and we've been earnest and consistent in our conversations and how we've briefed various councillors and also city staff, including Parks and Rec, about our willingness, but also our ability based on our expertise. We have folks who have social work backgrounds on our board. We have folks who worked in community development, and we have folks who are trained thoroughly in working with diverse communities, no matter their color, race, and and creed and religion.
Okay, thank you.
Very welcome.
Question, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Abdul Noor, the Canadian Muslim Vote. Are you here? Are you online?
Yes, my apologies.
I heard a
Hello?
voice. Okay, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, my apologies. Good afternoon. Before I start, I'd like to thank you all for this opportunity to address the committee. My name is Abdul Kadir Noor, and I'm a longstanding member of the Jane and Finch community, a youth advocate / youth worker, as well as an alumnus of the Muslim Fellowship of the Canadian Muslim Vote. So I'm here today to discuss the importance of the need for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. This organization is led by a group of Somali Canadian young professionals from across Ontario aiming to create a dedicated cultural recreation and community space for the Somali population in Toronto. My experience in the city of Toronto as a Somali Canadian has come with many struggles. Our parents fled a war-torn country and dire circumstances with the hopes of giving their children more opportunities, and a considerable population of us have found ourselves calling the city of Toronto home. We are a community that is spread far and wide across the city, but continuously put forth the effort to come together as one despite the distances that may exist between us. We are a community that sits at the crossroads of both anti-Black racism as well as Islamophobia, which gives us even more hurdles to overcome. I've spent most of my life in the community of Jane and Finch, where there is a sizable Somali community. We would rally to put together events at venue halls, community centers, and run programs out of pretty much anywhere that was willing to have us. However, we have never had our own place to call home. Through my work in youth advocacy across the city, I've come to realize this is an issue that exists not only in Jane and Finch, but across the city as a whole. The Somali community has hopes and dreams like every other community in this great city, and the hope today is that we can push to make the dream of a Somali Center a reality. Through working with the Canadian Muslim Vote, I've taken the initiative to build the skill set to become a sound advocate of causes I believe in, and it is with that I stand before you with this one purpose, to make the Somali Cultural and Recreation Center a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question to the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Rizwan Mohammed, the National Council of Canadian Muslim, I believe you are online. Rizwan, are you there? I believe you're online. There you are. Hello.
Hello, good morning, Mayor Chow and executive committee members. My name is Rizwan Mohammed. I'm a community member and an advocacy officer with the National Council for Canadian Muslims. For more than a decade, I've led national civic engagement projects, including in Toronto, that mobilize thousands of youth and community leaders to train in the skills of active citizenship and to engage in service learning activities designed to strengthen civil society. The Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, or Somali Center, represents the spirit of active citizenship and strengthening civil society that I have worked to support for my entire career. It also fulfills a recommendation presented by the National Council of Canadian Muslims at the 2021 National Action Summit on Islamophobia that occurred after the terrible London terror attacks. The recommendations coming out of the National Summit have recurring themes and submissions that reflect the support of organizations that collectively represent hundreds of thousands of Canadian Muslims, including from backgrounds within the Canadian Muslim community in Toronto. Recommendation 59, specifically in our summit recommendations, specifically recommends that cities make investments in celebrating the history of local Canadian Muslims and initiatives, including among other actions, by supporting the places where their accomplishments are celebrated in a way that clearly shows that Muslims have made real contributions to Canadian society and are far from the violent caricatures that have persistently, unfortunately, made the news. In the context of the Somali Center specifically, it's also important to note how this community, as Black Muslims, has experienced distinct forms of Islamophobia that intersect with anti-Black racism. The stigma that previous Somali speakers have reported encountering at times in their work to establish this community center is troubling. And this complex form of bias and discrimination requires us, for those reasons, to be that much more aware as we work together to avoid repeating past mistakes and to engage with and support the inclusion and thriving of the Somali Muslim community of Toronto. Today, the National Council of Canadian Muslims urges this committee to continue standing with the Somali community in Toronto, one of the largest Muslim communities in Canada, in achieving a goal that it's been working for since the 1970s. You can actively eliminate systemic barriers and move towards immediate action. And I join previous speakers in proposing that you can do this today by removing barriers from this version of the motion, specifically by removing the requirement for long-term operational funding from both the provincial and federal government for a land lease agreement. And from what we've given to understand and what we've heard from previous speakers with expertise in this, every funding stream in this context by both the provincial and federal government requires a land lease first. And we agree with previous speakers that land is the key to unlocking the promised major investments. We see that your leadership today is needed to make this a reality. And we hope that we can support amendments that this committee can bring to address these concerns. We anticipate something coming forward shortly in this meeting. As Muslims begin to gather to celebrate Eid this week, we hope that the story of the Somali Muslim community of Toronto, the story of resilience, will shine a clear light on how the City of Toronto is actively working to eradicate Islamophobia and building a city in which everyone belongs by supporting the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you. I'll need some resiliency. Questions to the deputant? No? Thank you, Raswan. No sample. No, are you? Oh, you're online. Okay. Noel? And then after Noel is Helen Katema and Nigel Caralho.
Thank you very much, Mayor Chow. I really appreciate the opportunity. My name is Noel Semple. I live in Central Etobicoke with my spouse and our 2 children, and I'm part of the Central Etobicoke Community Hub Initiative, which is working to build community spaces and community connections here in our part of this great city. And I just wanted to speak briefly today in support of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. People of Somali descent have made incredible contributions to our city, across the city, but especially in central and northern Etobicoke. And to me, this project is absolutely essential as a way to make sure that everyone feels welcome and connected and included in our wonderful city. And I think the work that Mayor Chow and the Executive Committee have done to move that goal of inclusion forward is just incredible, and this would be a wonderful part of building on that legacy. So as Zach said, this is really a city building initiative on behalf of all Torontonians, and I think that there's a wonderful tradition of culturally specific community centers in the city, and as previous speakers have noted, this is something that's going to contribute a lot to everyone who lives in the area where the center is eventually located, providing some very urgently needed housing, as well as being open to the general public. I grew up in the Annex, and I remember playing soccer in the JCC at Bloor and Spadina. Not a member of the Jewish community myself, but I was one of the many people who have been able to take advantage of these spaces, not only to do the recreational stuff, but also to be exposed to different cultures and different ways of life and form more connections between us to avoid the fate of being isolated in our own little islands of culturally specific background. So just to reiterate, I strongly support this, and I hope that Council will make every effort to bring this vision to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. for taking the time. Yes, Councillor Matlow.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for your deputation. It's Josh. So you and your community have been advocating for more a community hub and more community spaces. There aren't that many opportunities in Central Etobicoke yet, are there?
That's right. Yes, thank you, Councillor Matlow. We're kind of a blank space on the map. If you look at maps of the City of Toronto and community hubs and places for people to gather. So that's what our organization is all about, is trying to redress that.
And if I hear you correctly, while obviously the emphasis of this initiative is to support decades of a dream of and by the Somali community, their hard work and their own investments, in fact, contribute to the quality of life of the greater community, who will be able to also enjoy this community center. Is that not right?
100%. Yeah, that's why a lot of people, I think, in this part of the city are so supportive of this.
Thank you so much for coming today. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Helen Katema. Oh, there you are. Hello.
The past few years have, first of all, my name is Helen Katema. Yes. Okay, can you hear me all right? All right. My name is Helen Katema. I work for an organization called the Infrastructure Institute. We're based at the University of Toronto School of Cities. And I think for a lot of us, the past few years have shown just how important public spaces where communities can gather and interact are. The establishment of a long-term lease with the City of Toronto would not only provide the Somali community with an important cultural center that could provide vital amenities, but it would also align with existing approaches for securing space taken by other Black-led cultural centers in our city. At the end of 2022, our organization partnered with the Somali Center team on a report titled Inhibited Growth, which examined public investment gaps in Black infrastructure needs. And our research found that the majority of the existing Black-led cultural centers in our city rely on leasing their spaces. And when we found only 5 Black-led spaces of about 36 examples of these sort of culturally specific community centers. Therefore, accessing a long-term and low-cost lease on public land is the most secure and sustainable approach when acquiring a building or building from scratch is not really financially feasible. And I think we can all appreciate that given the current environment that we're in. Many of the ethnocultural community centers in Toronto were established through partnerships, and there's a long-standing precedent, as I think was previously mentioned, particularly in recent years, of communities partnering with the municipality to be able to access a lease and then securing funds from other orders of government to be able to build and operate the space in addition to other fundraising efforts. So I just want to echo what previous folks have said, that this sort of agreement with the City of Toronto would really enable the development. The Somali Center for Culture and Recreation aligns with the Toronto's own action plan for combating anti-Black racism, as the recommendations in that action plan include expanding models for Black-led community services and Black-led community hubs, as well as engaging with communities on improving access to recreational facilities, which the Somali Center team has done with their Somali community and engaged the community on the sort of facilities and services that they need and would like to see. So given that the city can be such an important partner to communities in creating more spaces for arts, culture, and recreation, and the fact that the Somali community has been organizing around this for decades, and all of the team's efforts and progress over these last 2 years, I would urge the council to unanimously adopt this decision in order to sustain the momentum on this community-led solution, while also living up to the city's own recommendations to address the current gaps in Black-led community services and Black-led community hubs. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come here. Nigel Carallo.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for having me, and thanks for inviting me, the Somali team. I'm here from the Infrastructure Institute, like Helen, but as an urban planner, and I also helped co-author that collaborative report that she spoke about. But I mostly worked with I'm going to keep calling them soccer because that's the abbreviation. My apologies. The Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, through the Infrastructure Institute, which is a training and advisory hub at the University of Toronto School of Cities. They were enrolled in our Social Purpose Real Estate Accelerator, which is a 6-month training program that seeks to speed up the pre-development process for mission-driven organizations. So we offer capacity building and networking opportunities, hands-on support with urban planning and architecture and pro forma support as well, and also run training sessions every 2 weeks over the course of 6 months. So we actually made an exception for soccer during the application process because they were the one organization in our 2022 cohort that did not have a developable site already. And that is to say that we usually, through the application process, we see having land access as a pretty strong determinant of whether a group will excel through the program. But we were so impressed with their application and their ambition in the interview that we decided to take a chance with it anyways. And they did not disappoint. Despite being a new organization that shared the space with many established high-capacity groups, the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation advanced through the program with the same rigor and ability to engage with the entire curriculum, from everything from initial project visioning to pro forma work to financing to legal. And I also want to emphasize how impressive their network is. Not only do they have a lot of development experience with infrastructure and also government policy on their core team, they have a really broad network of real estate and development professionals beyond that. I've personally seen how in situations where they maybe did not have the tools on hand, they were very quickly able to reach out to their community and have people who are willing to offer that support. And I say that because I think it's a testament to how important the project is, but also how beloved it is by not just the Somali community, but anyone who really comes in contact with the project and this group. And that speaks to, I think, Councillor Carroll's question about the broader community's interest in the project. I've attended several events of theirs, the Nuit Blanche exhibition, as well as a couple of community panels, and it was a very diverse room every time. So as an urban planner, my work mostly focuses on successful partnerships in mixed-use developments between municipalities, the private sector, and the public sector. And I want to express my utmost support for soccer's request for a long-term lease so that the city's Somali community can realize this well-deserved and very long-anticipated community asset. I have no doubts that their team will make an excellent partner to the City of Toronto and that this project will be a highly regarded piece of the city's cultural fabric upon completion.
Excellent, thank you. Questions to the deputant? No?
Thank you.
Any other deputants on this issue? Deputy Mayor Morley, you held the item and you have some motions in front, and Councillor Matlow would like to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Question to staff first. My apology. Question to staff. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wondered if staff could confirm the heart of this started with 22 MM 4729, which was a member's motion that asks, among things, that the General Manager, PFNR, the Executive Director, Social Development Finance Administration, the CEO, Create TO, to work with the Somali Culture and Recreation Center Steering Committee and the impacted councillors to explore potential partnerships for a new community culture and recreation center. Is that right? Anyone?
Yep, that is correct.
Can you outline what work was done to work with the impacted councillors?
Our staff would have met with the councillors in the area through you, Madam Chair, and with the community groups associated that have been referenced, the Somali Community Center, to understand what their needs were and keep the impacted councillors informed. I don't have the specifics of the consultation done with the impacted councillors and can certainly provide that to you.
I would appreciate that. Do you know if I was one of the impacted councillors?
I do believe that through you, Madam Chair, that you would have been, your ward would fall in the area that the Somali Community Center was interested in, and so I believe you would have been one of the impacted councillors.
So why the secrecy on the locations? It says here, for the further information on the potential sites is in confidential attachment 1. Why can't they be public?
Well, there's still due diligence being done on those sites through you, Madam Chair. So those sites are still being assessed as the viability of each of those sites. And it was determined that not all of those sites are in the hands of the City of Toronto.
Fair enough. Has any community been consulted?
Not there yet.
I do not have that information.
Fair enough. And I see that something changed. It was originally a community center and housing has been added. Can you explain how that happened?
I believe that the local, well, I would say through you, Madam Chair, that every site in the city, we're always looking to add affordable housing. And so I think it was determined that there's appropriate land in the neighborhood that could also be utilized for affordable housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Matlow, question, and Councillor Carroll, question to staff.
Just to clarify, coming from building on Councillor Holliday's questions, my understanding, and please tell me if I'm correct or not, is that there absolutely would and will be consultation on many facets of any project that we entertain, but it would be premature before we even take the step that's being recommended today at Executive Committee. In other words, we don't have something to consult on yet.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. There is a lot of due diligence still required, and the community itself the Somali Community Center has done quite a bit of work, but there's more work to be done. And at that time, once that work is in a position where we can consult with the community, there will be an extensive consultation process.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, yes. Okay, so there's two sort of things going on here. There's a due diligence process that we do with our city staff once we decide we're going to embark upon a project like this. And then there is the create TO process in terms of securing properties. Who will have to do the negotiations around the lease itself? Would that be a create assignment or a city staff assignment?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Pat Matozo, Councillor Carroll. Actually, corporate real estate will facilitate the putting the lease in place with the support of Create TO. So it will be a city lease led by city staff.
Okay, so in as simple as terms possible, because we've now heard from a lot of the deputants, they're frustrated with the funding requirements, and the whole process is frustrating, but they have an expert on the board who knows that process is always frustrating. But I wonder if you could just walk me through, if we park for a minute the issue of provincial and federal funding, what's left to the due diligence process and the negotiating process? How much more process do we have to go through?
There is, through you, Madam Chair, Vic Gupta from Create TO. I think the first item is that we do need to finalize and make a recommendation on a preferred site. Right. We need to then ensure that there is appropriate site due diligence from a planning standpoint to ensure that the use is suitable and whatever planning permissions are required. There is then the soil and environmental due diligence required. And then I think beyond that, staff and on council need to be satisfied that there's an appropriate funding strategy, an operational plan, and a development strategy that meets with the satisfaction of council.
Okay. And then, you know, having figured that out, you then negotiate the fine points of a lease.
That is correct.
And what makes it viable year after year after year.
That is correct.
So I'm wondering about, now we parked this issue of federal and provincial funding while I was getting those questions answered. So the question now is, with that much process to go through, this notion of the drop dead, can't do anything without that, is it necessary to apply that now? Or can some of the work you just described continue to advance while we continue to look for that federal and provincial funding? Are we putting the brakes on? or are we continuing to advance the work?
Yeah, I think it's, there's many things through you, Madam Chair, that can happen in parallel, Councillor, including the continued due diligence that we're expecting the applicant, the Somali, the soccer organization, to continue to do, and that we would work closely with them. We also understand that there are very specific requirements that need to be confirmed for there to be a federal or provincial funding application, and we want to ensure that we're putting ourselves and the organization in the best position to be able to apply.
Oh, so we very much need to continue the work because we can help them get to yes in that regard.
That is correct.
Okay, that is helpful. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
See no other question to the staff? Back to speaking, Councillor Morley, sorry, Deputy Mayor Morley. Oh, just
you,
before
Madam
that,
Chair.
Councillor Holiday first.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to understand, I'm okay to go first? All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm only going to be really brief on this because I know that the community has worked quite extensively on this project. The executive committee should know that I found out about the locations from the community. And then very quickly, the locations were then enshrined in a confidential report and thus are secret. But I might offer my colleagues, if you haven't been to at least one of the locations, I got pictures in this folder. I can't share it with anyone else if you'd like to see what it looks like. But I listened to the deputations before. I listened on my TV monitor because I couldn't sit in the room at the same time. And, you know, there was this conversation about trust and acceptance. One thing I've learned in this world is that surprises can go really well or they can go really badly. And what's being discussed here is quite significant. I'm quite certain that the community has no idea where these sites are. And I can't talk about them. I regret that. I wish we could review that a little bit further. Maybe that's an open ask in consideration of the details of them. And if anyone wants to, honestly, if anyone wants, there's the folder. Here's some photos. But I think this needs to be overcome because not being able to talk about it and have that broader conversation, I think, is going to catch up the process. And I myself personally am quite disappointed in some of the recent unfoldings of process. And that's really what I wanted the committee to know. From my standpoint, the process has been very difficult and is, thank you.
Councillor Holiday, had the process changed in the last few years? Because property, whether it's human resources or sales of property is usually confidential, I believe. Has it changed in the last 2 years?
The members of the committee may or may not know the details of what's in that confidential attachment. I can't talk to you openly about it in the room, but I wish they could be discussed. I just regret having to hear about it from the committee, from the community.
Okay. But my question wasn't that. To be precise, has the policy, in terms of practice of the policy, I mean, we can go in camera if you wish, has the practice of policy changed? Because you said recently you have noticed that things are, you know, that seems to be different.
I don't imply things have been changed. I just, as of recent, this issue has come up for me and I've been troubled by it. Yeah, I don't mean to imply that it has recently changed. Goodness, no.
Thank you. Councillor, because Deputy Mayor Morley has a motion, may I just have him speak first, or Councillor Matlow want to speak, or are you questioning?
No, after Deputy Mayor Morley.
Okay, all right. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues and staff and our deputants today on this issue. My team has been working closely with the Mayor's Office, with the staff at CREATIO, and with CREM, as well as the representatives from the Somali Center. And we're really excited about an amendment that we've come to alignment with, which hopefully honors the momentum that the community has been able to build around this issue. And so it's a little lengthy. You'll see the amendments to the original motion before you, and I will look to my colleagues to review that closely. Essentially, it, of course, as appropriate, requires us to proceed with ongoing due diligence. It, of course, ensures that the appropriate consultation, both with local councillor as well as wider community members, et cetera, are continue to be an important part of a city building process. However, it does allow, as was articulated incredibly well by the organizers and supporters of this proposal, it allows the momentum, the opportunity to proceed with additional arrangements for financial support of standing up this project to happen in a timely manner. And it puts us in a position to really demonstrate our ongoing commitment and support of this project. So I know there will be a few other speakers on this item. I hope colleagues will take the opportunity to review this closely. As I mentioned, we have been working, scrambling this morning back and forth with staff just to make sure that we have something that is acceptable, is supportive, but of course allows us to ensure that we are doing our due diligence as a city and in support of this really important work. And so that's the motion. And I just want to, again, thank the folks who've been working incredibly hard on bringing this forward through many challenges, through many obstacles. The resilience of the community has been inspiring to me personally. And as the deputy mayor for Etobicoke and someone who's, deeply passionate about equity and inclusion in our city, I think this is exactly the kind of legacy project that we can all be really proud of supporting and bringing to fruition in support of the health and vibrancy of our entire communities going forward, and especially in Etobicoke Center, if that is what, where the location ends up being. And I know that, again, is still an open question, but I do believe that it is an appropriate conversation for us to be having and a really important initiative for us to be supporting. So I thank you all. Happy to answer any questions related to the motion if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions to Councillor? Oh, pardon, Councillor.
Thank you.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. This is quite long. I just want to make sure, based on my quick reading of this is not identifying what the site would be, but rather some mechanisms to enter into agreements. So there's still
exactly right.
Additional consultation discussions, including with the local councillors, that would happen?
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
Any other questions to Councillor Morley? Councillor Matlow to speak.
I want to express my gratitude to Deputy Mayor Morley, to Mayor Chow, to every councillor who has been working with the community, and in particular, the community themselves, who have taken such leadership, and I don't mean that rhetorically. I mean, they literally have led this, and we have followed and been allies and supportive of their efforts. This has been a dream of the Somali community here in Toronto since the 1970s, as we all heard. But it took this new generation of leadership, these young people, and some of you are similar to my age, so I'm going to emphasize young people, who have really taken such innovative, creative, and knowledgeable leadership to get us to this point. And what they've asked us for, as I described earlier, they know they're going to take this across the river, but they need our help to get to each stone in the river to get across. And this is what we're doing today. And the motion that's before us is just taking away unnecessary obstacles so that we don't get in our own way, as we discussed earlier, that we can continue to support their incredible efforts. This has been a dream for so long. And as you heard, this is a dream of other communities as well. that have wanted, in particular, in Central Etobicoke, although we have not chosen the space. We have not chosen the location. But what we're hearing from the community directly is that they actually want more recreation opportunities in their neighborhoods. And they're asking their councillors and all of us to support them. And that's why they made a deputation today. In fact, I would say today that I would be personally jealous of any neighborhood that becomes the host of this community center. I wish it was in my neighborhood where I live, for my kid, for my neighbors, because this will benefit all of us. You know, this is a place that the Somali community will be able to gather and learn from each other and celebrate from each other and support each other. This is a community often led by some incredibly strong and talented moms who have lost everything but give back even more. This is a community that wants us to tell them that we see them, that we love them, that we support them, and in fact, they are not a them, they are us. And this is something that we are doing today by supporting this initiative and this motion and continuing to work with them to finally see this dream become a reality. So, you know, my message to the community is I'm really proud to be working with people here at this table who all feel exactly the same way, who will not stop until this is a reality, who recognize that our job is to be there to support you because you're supporting all of us together. And I wish you a very heartfelt Eid Mubarak. May this be today the beginning of a celebration over the next few days, not only of Eid and a celebration of ending the fast and a community celebration, but also something that you can sit around your tables and your festivities saying, we got something really special done and we have a city who's got our back. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Said Councillor Matlow. Carol and Bravo.
Thank you. Well, I wish our guest hadn't, who's not a member of this committee, hadn't left, because these comments are mostly meant to be heard by him. Maybe he's listening in his office. We can only hope. I share in my colleagues' greetings, Eid Mubarak, Assalamu alaikum. It's a special day to be having this conversation. But I sincerely hope that, you know, some sort of political maneuvering is not happening in your community, because we are following here a very well-established process. Matters of real estate are always, and I say always, by law in the provincial government, handled in camera. And if for some reason in your community, people begin to think that things are being handled in camera for some untoward reason, we're further causing stigma and damage to your community. So I sincerely hope that's not what is going on in this community. We are following a decades, maybe centuries-long process of keeping real estate matters in camera until they reach the point where you're not jeopardizing the property, the owners of the property, or the business case that will lead to your success. That's what's happening here. I asked the questions that I asked about what more due diligence is to be done and how it can actually help get the federal and provincial funding, not use the need for that funding as a roadblock, because honestly, to be viable and sustainable, you are going down the line, you do need that funding. There's no way around that. But there is a way that we can help you get there by not putting up the roadblocks now, but continuing down this road. And I think that's what I hear you saying today. We continue down the road, and with each passing day, we prove more and more viability to going forward and get you to yes, and then engage in getting you to yes. That is what I hope that the amendments to Councillor Morley's amendments worked out with staff really set in place here. So we're not just changing wording here, we're changing the whole mindset of how we get this thing completed. And I just hope that those two considerations are what you take away today. And we keep going forward step by step by step. And wherever we can make the step a short one or even a leap over, we'll do that. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Braffel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to speak briefly to say that the first time I heard about this project was in facilitating a strategic planning session with Positive Change. Faduma Mohammed was there, who deputed today. And the hope and the dream was to have a home, as the deputants have indicated, that would be much more than just for the problem we were trying to solve, the community was trying to solve at the time, but to grow, to serve, to be integrated and at the same time celebrated, where the vast majority of Somali people live. So that is something that is beautiful to see. That was about 15 years ago. So first of all, to recognize the incredible leadership of elders who have held that dream, and then the younger people who are bringing it to fruition. I want to say that it's problematic to me to hear some kind of innuendo or suggestions that rules are being skirted here, particularly when the deputant said that what they face is stigma. And I think it reinforces notions that there is something amiss here, when in fact, these are rules that are set in law. They are prescribed. We cannot break them. We are creatures of the province, and the province sets them, and we follow them because we have to, and we do that. This isn't the first time that the City of Toronto would work or facilitate a project with a community like the Somali community, so there's a precedent here. There's no need to question, there's no need to raise the specter of something going amiss, when what is being done here today is looking at what is needed as the city grows and in the future of the city, and simply making rules more flexible within the confines of the law. So I want to thank Deputy Mayor Morley for working with the community and staff and the mayor's office. Thank you. I think that, as everyone else has said, we can come out of today with something beautiful and hopeful on this day, which is a holy day for the Muslim community and for Somali people. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And just echoing what my colleagues have said, thank you to community members, Zakaria, Fuad, Faduma, and everyone who has been alongside you in this. We know that you're here speaking the voice of many, and that is not just currently, but as you mentioned, over generations, right? And that is, as Councillor Bravo said, is really beautiful. And what I really want to lift up as we move this item forward, and with my full support for the work that Deputy Mayor Morley did with community and with city staff to, make the path a little bit more clear, and to make sure that we are coming alongside in an appropriate way that is meeting the urgency and the incredible work and leadership that has come forward through this project. What I have been continually inspired by and impressed with is how community members have given leadership to this project and gone above and beyond what we expect from a project like this, bringing to bear the data, the community stories and experiences, the legacy of fighting for this project, the numbers, the architectural vision, the information that we need to know where this might best serve the community as well. All of that information has made it possible for us to catch the vision of what has been presented to us as something that will be of deep benefit to the city building legacy that we want to be a part of as a city and as a council and as individual representatives, and one that will ensure that there is a place for belonging, not just for the Somali community, that will be at the center of it, but what I have loved about this vision is that it is about one of welcome and belonging for generations and communities beyond the Somali community as well. And that is probably one of the most Toronto stories, as you said, that this could be, that it's for each of us in terms of the specificity that we bring from our stories and our experiences, and that resonates so deeply with each and every one of us. And that is what I know we can be proud of as we continue to move this forward, as we think creatively and innovatively, as Councillor Bravo said, within the constraints that are in front of us. And that is the exciting part of the work that we get to do together, and especially to do it on the cusp of Eid and coming through a month of renewal and reflection, and how we can move forward in doing things well and differently, cooperatively, and in community. So thank you to everyone who's been a part of it, and I'm really looking forward to how we continue to move forward alongside each other.
Everyone is rising to the occasion and make excellent speeches. That means I don't. There's not much left for me to say other than good work, everyone. I have the motion. I don't want us to miss. I don't want this item to continue past lunch. Okay.
We have a recorded vote just to show the
Sure. Okay.
solidarity.
On a recorded vote for Deputy Mayor Molly's motion. Okay. All those in favor: Councillor Matlow, Deputy Mayor Jennifer McAlfee, Malik, Bravo, Carroll, and Ainsley, Perks, and of course, the mover of the motion, and Mayor Chow. Thank you. All, that is passed unanimously. Congratulations. Item is amended.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and that too is unanimous. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before we break for lunch, the FIFA item, I have a very quick motion.
Okay, go for it.
We get that done before lunch, so that staff didn't have to hang around. And clerks have this. It's simply a motion to add a member to the appointments to the committee, which makes sense. I'm adding the local councillor. Basically, the local councillor.
Minor oversight.
Yeah,
Pardon
there you
me.
go.
Okay,
Yeah.
all those in favor, including the local councillor.
And I've got a quick release on number 2 as well.
Approved. All those amended.
Excellent.
As amended, all those in favor, approved. Thank you, Councillor Matlow.
And the technical change has been done on the amendment for 13.2, which was the school board property one.
Excellent. Okay, that is in front of you. All those in favor, opposed, carry.
Thank you.
Well done. Revised motion as. Oh, okay. And yes, you can show my motion. Seen it before. Let's put it up again. All those in favor. Post carried. Okay. Item as amended. All those in favor of post carried. Thank you. Any other quick things? Nope. We will take a break and we'll be back. There are quite a few items in front of us still. 13.9 and a few other things. Okay. only. We can probably finish in an hour. I believe Councillor Ainsley, who is typing away, you have a new item that you want to add on? Something completely non-controversial and you want to get it done? Do you have it available now?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. I believe the clerk can put it up. This has to do with the fair wage policy.
Okay, we got it. All those in favor of adding a new item, opposed, carry, thank you. And those, Councillor Ainsley, do you want to just deal with it now?
Yep, I'm very happy to move it. So the City of Toronto's fair wage policy, which has been in place since the 1893, very well used, one of the first fair wage policies that was put in place in the world, if not Canada. It's been dealt with for many years and reviewed at the General Government Committee, or General Government Licensing, as it's also been called. And I think as the chair of the committee, I think it would be a more appropriate place for it to be looked at the executive committee on an annual basis. So I'm moving that recommendation in this item, and I would ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. Any new items anything else? Now we're back to 13.9. Oh, 13.6, which is the the capital prioritization framework, and there is a motion in that CFO has a recommendation. There's motion. Yep. All those in favor of receiving it for your information. 13.6, capital prioritization framework. You have a question? Okay, let me just hang on to it then. Is it a long involvement? Oh, okay, go for it.
Thank you. So through the budget process, there was direction given to ensure that the prioritization deals with state of good repair first for TTC, parks, and transportation. So I just want to know, is that the plan? And then the second part of that was, should other funding or other opportunities be available, look at the capital program with respect to skating rinks, cricket, and pickleball, Paul's favorite. Because, you know, I know, and I will just say in my community, like everybody says, when is there a nice ice rink? And I think every year I say like 8 years out, 8 years out, 8 years out, because it keeps getting pushed. So is that still, I just want to make sure based on that direction, is that still the plan you're following? And is that what will be coming back to us?
Through the mayor, so just there is 2 different reports that we're speaking to. So I think in your reference in terms of state good repair that exists in transit, city facilities, parks and rec, transportation, that was a report back we were going to present as it related to the funds freed up as part of the Gardner and DVP upload. That speaks to prioritizing, you know, leveraging our single largest SOGR liability in the city, leveraging those funds to be able to address SOGR needs that we have in those areas, as well as some infrastructure that would support growth. This framework is as it relates to the entire $50 billion capital program. So this is the framework in ensuring that we're putting in place a framework that has a consideration across all programs and agencies, across all categories, state of good repair, service improvement, growth related, within the context of how we prioritize when and where we make investments in our critical infrastructure.
So what are the 2, so you mentioned 2 reports, what are those?
So the report as it relates to the allocation of the funds freed up as part of the Gardner upload and DVP upload, we are targeting June or July of this year on that report. This is the comprehensive capital prioritization framework that we're developing leading into the 2025 budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Just a quick question, and I got a briefing on this, so I apologize for not asking it then. In terms of next steps here, we have the, you know, the general philosophy of the framework here, and the categories, and everything, but we don't have, you know, specific weighted numbers and things like that. As far as I understand the next steps, the next time we will discuss this is during the 2025 budget process. But we will also, at that time, be looking at a capital budget designed according to the framework. So we'll be discussing the framework and looking at what it results in at the same time.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we still have work to be done on the framework, to your point, the weighting. The next piece that is going to be substantial, a substantial lift, is now running our capital program through that framework.
Yeah.
The plan is to ensure that we're looking at all new projects first, running those through the framework. We'll likely take a targeted approach across city divisions and agencies, consistent with some of the feedback and work that we're going to undertake. There's also going to be a requirement to look at our unfunded list. So we're still working out the timing requirements in terms of, will the full capital program have had the opportunity to run through the framework as we lead into the 2025 budget? Or is it going to be sections that we're targeting as the first run while we continue to take the actions ensuring we're collecting all that data? I'm hoping it's going to be the complete list. I'm just acknowledging that there still is considerable time to develop the framework and then run $70 to $80 billion worth of projects through the framework itself.
Right. So here's the thing that I'm hoping with. I don't want to slow that work down, because ultimately you can bring as many reports as you like. We're not going to understand how the framework impacts our program until we're looking at a program that's employed by it. So I don't want to slow that work down. But can I ask that there be a page added to the first time we're looking at a prioritization framework resulting capital plan? Can we have like a briefing note or a 1 or 2 pages that show us these are the projects that you may note have changed. They're in a different place now as a result of having been taken through the framework, so that the changes are transparent?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, okay, that's all the answer I need. I heard absolutely. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? If not, all those in favor of the receiving for information, moved by Councillor Carroll, all the opposed, carry, thank you. Any other small, quick items? No? Okay, we are now into the last piece of the deputation, which is on Charter City. 13.9, David Del Grande, Charter City, Toronto. Come on over.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of the Executive Committee. My name is David Del Grande, and I'm here on behalf of the organization Charter City, Toronto, to speak in support of this report on a communication strategy and to encourage you to take further action on this matter and be bold in pursuing an agenda to make Toronto a charter city. I dare say that Toronto becoming a charter city would be the most transformative and positive legacy change that the city can undertake for generations to come. First, let's review the problem. The challenge of the city meeting the needs of its residents has long been studied by local academia and advocacy groups. With the acknowledgement that members of this committee know far better than me, Toronto fundamentally lacks the autonomy and powers to match its obligations on issues such as taxation, housing, public health, transit, land zoning and development, addressing the needs of newcomers to Canada, and other areas of municipal interest. The city is the closest level of government to these issues on a daily basis, and the current framework, namely provincial oversight and control, leads to unnecessary duplication and delays in action. As we've seen over the past few years, the 2006 City of Toronto Act has failed to protect the city from the whims of provincial change. What can be freely given by the province can also be taken away just as easily without any consent of the city. Namely, we've seen this change with slashing the size of city council in the middle of an election, taking over local transit planning, and forbidding cities from using ranked ballots, among other changes. we can look at how the current framework starves council of the taxation powers it needs. Numbers shared in the public sphere point to Toronto City Council receiving about 8 to 10 cents of every tax dollar raised here in the city, with the rest going to other levels of government. What can be done? The best long-term solution to an unfair system is to change the rules. A charter city is a special agreement between the city and the province on how the city will be run, its authority, new tax revenue it can collect, how it will govern itself, the institutions of accountability it will have, and other areas of interest. Polling done in 2021 by the firm Ecos on behalf of Charter City Toronto showed overwhelmingly majority support for Toronto to be a charter city, more powers for cities, local controls of elections, and more revenue sources for cities. Support for Charter City Toronto has also been given by former mayors John Sewell, Barbara Hall, and David Miller. How can the city become a charter city? I'm aware this committee has a confidential supplementary report on the legal mechanisms to enshrine City of Toronto authorities. Without the privy of that information, our group advocates for City Council to pursue a strategy of using Section 43 of the Canadian Constitution through a single province amendment. This section has been used 8 times since 1982 Constitution Act, and we believe it is the best avenue to make a charter city a reality. Through negotiations with the province and the federal government on the terms of how a charter city can be amended and the powers given to the city, the ultimate outcome is to give the city a substantial level of protection. For the city, a charter city would offer financial stability and predictability by allowing for longer-term planning, clarity on authority in areas of municipal interest, autonomy to use innovative, creative, and modern solutions to represent the community, funding streams not reliant on other levels of government, and reduced overlap, duplication, and delays. I implore the members of this committee and ultimately council to take the necessary steps and lay the foundation for a stronger Toronto. Thank you very much.
You, Mayor. Hi, David. Nice to see you again.
Great seeing you.
Full disclosure, I used to be a member of Charter City Toronto, so. So I guess the first question, what is a charter city?
A charter city is essentially a legal framework that gives the city special powers. So as members of this committee likely know, there's no legal protection for cities right now within Canada's Constitution. Essentially, there's a federal government, there's a provincial government, and that's it. All powers given to the city are given via the province. A charter city essentially enshrines powers for the city within the Constitution of Canada, such that the city has greater knowledge and greater autonomy to act on its own in interest that's negotiated with the province.
And what specific powers do you think would be relevant for Toronto to achieve, or any other big city to achieve, if it were to achieve charter city status?
All of them, all the powers. So I listed a few in my speech there, but I think it's kind of worth diving into those as well. So first one is kind of the level of taxation. You know, you as members of council are well aware, there's a lot of demands placed in the city in terms of different asks from different organizations. A lot the city wishes could do, a lot the city could do to be much in a better position for its residents to offer the services that its residents require. Taxation is really key. So right now there's basically numbers floating out there that the city receives about 8 to 10 cents of every dollar raised in the city of Toronto. If we had, for example, a share of income tax or a share of sales tax, as the economic prosperity of the city increases, so would the city's ability to provide resources back to its own residents. So that's kind of the key thing, is taxation. And then on the flip side is kind of the powers of how you spend that taxation. Areas such as housing, public health, transit, land zoning and development. These are the ways that the city could use those increased powers and increased levels of potential taxation to actually make our city better and more thriving for all.
Thank you. And just to be clear, when we talk about taxation, we're not necessarily talking about raising taxes. We're maybe talking about taking some of the current taxing power away from the province and transferring that to the city.
Potentially. So certainly, that is within the city's potential possibilities to do so if they wanted. Another perfectly legitimate opportunity is for the city to get its share of provincial taxation, such that the city has more dependable, realistic, and reliable forecasting abilities to know how much they're going to get year after year, as opposed to the current, I'll say, painful budgeting process on a yearly basis, where the city has to look to higher levels or different levels of government for funding and hope that they'll provide, as opposed to the city knowing that knowing what they'll get in advance and being able to make longer-term forecasts and longer-term plans based upon that. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, thank you for the deputation. I want to understand just if what you're seeking is for to have the charter status but still be governed by the City of Toronto Act, which is still subject to provincial authority, as we are a creature of the province, or are you seeing this as the creation of a province with the same kind of powers that a provincial government would have?
Thank you for the question. So to kind of answer your questions backward, this isn't an advocacy for Toronto to become a new province. This is an advocacy for a new relationship between the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario. So currently, what more or less structures that relationship is the City of Toronto Act, amongst other acts, but just focus on that one for the moment, whereby the province grants certain powers to the city, and the city has certain authority to act upon those powers. This change would supersede that, so the City of Toronto Act wouldn't be needed anymore. Rather than having that act to rely on, the city and province would negotiate a new act, as you would, or kind of a new agreement, whereby the city would be given certain powers. And then the key difference here really is, as we've seen with the City of Toronto Act, the province can come in and change the act at will, as they see fit. The difference here is the charter city essentially enshrines those powers that the city has within the legal framework of Canada's Constitution via Section 43. What that means is that the City of Toronto has much stronger protection in the case of the province deciding to take away powers, and the city has much more reliable information and reliable means to know what authority they have, how they can tax, and how they want to govern themselves.
Would that be then changes on consent, or like would the city have to consent to changes impacting it in terms of provincial decision-making?
That would be our advocacy. That's what we're hoping to see. So basically, as it is right now, as you're well aware, the city does not need to provide consent to changes to the City of Toronto Act or any other provincial legislation. The idea here is that as part of the charter city construction, that the city would have to have a component of consent for any changes to be made to that.
So would that be the primary the difference between the new act that you're hoping would enshrine progressively more powers and the current City of Toronto Act?
Yes, so that would would basically allow the City of Toronto more flexibility, kind of even going beyond the Act itself. So the Act basically is prescriptive in terms of the City of Toronto can do A, B, or C. A charter city would essentially be more open in the sense that, here's the area of responsibility, and how the city chooses to address that would be much more flexible, would be how we see such a charter city being constructed.
Would it still enshrine prohibitions of things that you can't, like right now, it's like you may do, you must do, you can't do?
Certainly.
Would that formulation still stand, just with more latitude around the numbers of things that are kind of may do?
I would agree with that kind of take on that. Okay. And to be clear, there would be an ongoing relationship between the city and the province, so certainly there would still be ongoing negotiations, certainly in areas of mutual interest. It really is, to your point there, kind of giving more latitude to the city and giving the city stronger protections on terms of what it can and can't do.
And my last question is, what would be if this is good for large municipalities, because of the 80% of people in this country live in cities, and a big proportion live in 3 massive metropolitan areas, what would be the argument to the federal government that Toronto is unique compared to Vancouver and the Lower Mainland, or like Montreal and surrounding areas?
This isn't a scarcity argument. If cities such as Vancouver or Montreal or others wanted to pursue it as well, they certainly could. I do want to call out, in fairness, Section 43, there's only so many provinces can make amendments like that, but certainly there'd be nothing restricting from other large cities, ones you mentioned, Calgary, Edmonton, for example, of doing the same thing.
Yep, thank you.
Seeing no other Councillor Carroll?
Good question. Hi, David.
Hello.
So I did some looking into it. I thought, oh, here it comes. It's on the agenda again. So I did some looking into this. I'm trying to re-find it here. Saw it the other night on sitting on the sofa. But I think it was the Charter Institute, the Charter Cities Institute. They make a case that if you do this, the GDP of cities generally goes up. And you have to safeguard, you have to run your own social system. So I guess that would be the safeguard to displacement and such. But I'm wondering if, I know you've done a lot of research, the Toronto organization, are there examples where the GDP goes up so much that we actually are able, it's not a matter of taking money away from the other orders of government, we in fact end up giving back and perhaps more because we, with our own powers, we're able to better grow and manage ourselves?
I'll profess a little bit of ignorance in terms of how GDPs have gone up with cities with charters in them, but I can say that with a charter city, you essentially better align the interests of the city with the economic growth of the city. So the example I like to use is if incomes in the city of Toronto double like that, or the sales tax generated here in the city of Toronto duplicates like that overnight, the benefit to the city of Toronto is essentially nil. Like, we don't get a cut of that. So really, where's the tie between economic prosperity in the city and the financial resources given to the city council? Under a charter city, potentially, the city could see the benefits of that. And we could, and we have more, and this council has more of an incentive to create that kind of economic vitality to increase sales, to increase incomes within the city, to see a share of those incomes and in turn pour that back into the city.
Right. And that's a case we sometimes make just individually, just, hey, can we levy a sales tax? But this would be not just asking for, we want this one thing, but the charter that goes with it, that we get it, there's tit for tat, we're gonna be responsible for certain things in exchange for getting this.
Exactly, and I think the other argument in favor of that as well, on the same line of you're going there, is that from the provincial perspective, if you better align economic output and economic prosperity with city's interests, if the city is successful in kind of driving that activity, the province also benefits as well. So the province also has an economic case to be made here, whereby giving the city more powers, if they're successful, the province in turn will see more sales and income taxes themselves.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions to the deputant? No. Thank you so much for taking the time. Miguel Avila. Hello, Miguel. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me to speak on this important item. The previous deputant has explained all the legalistic issues related to implementing a tenant city charter. It is one of the important decisions that the city has to make as we struggle financially in the city of Toronto. We saw that how we struggle to finance our city and continuously we go to Queen's Park, we go continuously to Ottawa to request money. This will free us, it gives us a power of taxation. I spoke to this matter when I was running for council in 2022. I was with other councilor candidates who supported a tenant charter, and I'm glad that last June 16, 2023, this item was received for implementation. I believe this is the great way out for our financial burdens that we have, but I would like to add something more. When it comes to elections, perhaps this will be a gateway for what we were looking for all times activists, is to have proportional voting so that we elect the right representatives for council. So ranked ballots has been one of those topics of even at the federal level. So perhaps it's time for bringing this idea to life as we make some changes to this policy. I mean, this idea of a charter city. With regards to the implementation of incorporate people input or in this particular topic, there are three suggestions I want to bring to your attention. Number one, when you talk about truth and reconciliation, we have a little tiny problem. We don't have currently a tenant advisory for Indigenous advisory committee. The advisory committee has been frozen for the last 2 years. This Indigenous advisory committee should be active by now, but because we haven't yet finalized the terms of reference, it hasn't come to the attention of the city manager, we're still struggling how to find the voices of Indigenous peoples. Number 2 is this legacy of Mayor John Tory. I wonder if you can see on the overhead. Is it working? Overhead. So can you freeze my time, please? Thank you. Hi. I am old school. I like to show graphics because it's the best way to amplify the message. So here is the famous screen table downstairs. I got this picture because it's made of freedom information. Ladies and gentlemen, how is it possible that 5 minutes does it take for corporate security to search the bags of an Indigenous activist? 5 minutes. I have it on record, on video. 5 long minutes to search my bags if I'm carrying something that is going to hurt somebody at this council. I have come to this council for 14 years. I have never hurt anybody, but it makes me furious that it takes long time. If you want to search for the input of the people, I think we should not have these type of consultations at City Hall because it discourages people engagement. Perhaps it's time to review it and have these consultations at Metro Hall where they don't have the screen tables. They don't have to go through all these hassles of being search your bags, why you're here at City Hall, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The other reason I want to point it out to you that in 2018, when this survey was implemented by John Tory, all people that wanted to access the washroom had to have a magical washroom card issued by the City of Toronto Corporate Security. It's not a joke, this is true. They gave me a washroom card because they said that, well, Miguel, I don't know if when you leave the washroom, you probably have something in your pockets and you're gonna hurt city councilors. Like, really? Give me a break. I've been coming for this, in this building for 14 years. You think you wanna hurt anybody? Look, last Tuesday, you came to Iftar dinner at Regent Park, Mayor Cha. You spoke so much eloquently about freedom of expression and speech. I allowed you to say your piece. I didn't interrupt you, but it seems that me and my brother, Derek Moran, Wally Kogali, Desmond Cole, we all have a problem with how our authorities decided what is good freedom of expression, what is the language that we should use. So again, my time is up. Thank you so much, and I appreciate if we can go ahead with this charter city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, question to Deputy? No?
I'm here 24 hours, you know me.
Here we know where you are. Derek Moran. Do you need the chart also? Oh, good, it's working, right?
I just want to say by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied in doing so as fraud. God bless His Majesty the King, and long live His Majesty the King. And let the record show I do not consent to the warrantless searches taking place downstairs here at Toronto City Hall. So I have an objection to this item, as it is not in the public's interest to have the Constitution Act 1982 amended to give the City of Toronto more power, especially in light of its most recent attempt to defraud the public in its violation of Section 32.1 in using one of its corporate bylaws, in doing so violating freedom of expression with prohibited compelled speech, coerced in the face of getting hit with a tax bill in the thousands to tens of thousands if you don't obey your glorified maids and butlers and fill out a vacant home declaration under economic duress, by the way. So there's a dirty little secret, Mayor Chow, about the Constitution, and it's something that you're gonna have to find out for yourself. So respectfully, Mayor Chow, I'm putting you on inquiry to ask your city solicitor, Wendy Wahlberg, if the enacting clause of the British North America Act 1867 was repealed by the Statute Law Revision Act of 1893, then, in order for it to come into force again, would King Charles have to first reenact the British North America Act 1867? And remember when the Constitution Act, Queen Elizabeth signed that royal proclamation. It's got that big red ink blot on it because it was raining that day. So here's part of what she said in it. And whereas Section 58 of the Constitution Act 1982 set out in Schedule B to the Canada Act provides that the Constitution Act 1982 shall, subject to Section 59 thereof, come into force on a day to be fixed by proclamation issued under the Great Seal of Canada. So I'm also putting you on inquiry, Mayor Chow, to ask of the city solicitor that subject to Section 59 of it, if it's true that the Constitution Act 1982 has actually yet to come into force. So actually I spoke on this item several years ago about you guys wanting to get a charter. And so here's the definition from Black's Law Dictionary, 9th edition, of what a charter is. It's defined as a city charter trumps all conflicting ordinances. The charter issued to a municipality is in the nature of a constitution to it, being superior to all ordinances enacted by that municipality, though inferior in rank to all state laws of every kind. Now, Mayor Chow, do you know what you're looking at here? You know, I'll put it up on the overhead here so you can take a good look at it. What does that say? Oh my God. The city of Toronto already has its own charter. Look at that. It says right there, Toronto Public Service Charter of Expectations and Values. I bet you, Mayor Chow, you've been here, what, 10 months now? You have never seen that. Because as Councillor Carroll may recall, several years ago at the police board, with Mayor Tory sitting right there, I explained to Chair Pringle, Andy Pringle, that the city of Toronto had become so corrupt that somebody, apparently in the middle of the night, came here and deleted that document from off of the website. So, I mean, I guess it's your own charter. You can do with it what you want. I suppose you can amend it, but you first have to deal with this charter. This charter still exists. I mean, I guess it's sitting in some dusty drawer somewhere, but look, we can't pretend that you guys already don't have a charter. Another good reason not to give this place any more amended powers in the Constitution is mentioned in Godbout versus the City of Longueuil, 1997, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, as regards municipalities, it consists in the much broader discretion to adopt and enforce coercive laws. You guys really do that well, by the way. Binding on a defined territory. A government or an entity acting in a governmental capacity could circumvent the charter, not simply by granting certain of its powers to other entities, but also by itself pursuing government initiatives through means other than the traditional mechanism of government action. Example, the formal enactment of coercive laws. And I like it if you took it upon yourself, Mayor Chow, to learn from the lawyers what exactly Section 32.1 means and Peter Hogg's clarification of Section 32.1.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your deputation. Do I have anyone else that are interested in this? Emily Diego.
You didn't ask if anyone wants give me a question.
I didn't see any hands up. Any questions to deputants? No, we're okay. Emily is right there. Do you need a hand? Okay, great.
These tables are actually wheelchair accessible.
Yay. Okay.
Isn't
Ooh,
it
look at
magic?
that. Look at that.
1 second. Hey, AV, can I get the microphone turned on?
Is your mic not turned? Okay, we are.
I don't know. I can't reach it. Is it on?
It's on.
Thank you. I didn't see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you good? Okay, here we go.
Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee, Mayor Chow, and Chair of Accessibility Committee, and Chair of TTC. I come here today. My opinions expressed do not represent those of my employer, because I'm proud to say I have a blue lanyard, if you know what I mean. How do you follow that? First things first, accessibility needs to be part of the conversation. Excuse me, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you. Accessibility needs to be part of the conversation. Whatever charter we want to write, whatever charter we want to deal with the province, we need to bring AODA into this. We need to bring the voices of the disabled community, because currently, I read the city manager's report. Sadly, he's not here today. He's from my hometown of Hamilton. That city council has made people with disabilities almost irrelevant. We're not included. Please don't do the same thing here in Toronto. I quickly just want to make this short and sweet. There is bathrooms downstairs that you don't have to go through security for, especially if you're able-bodied. And I completely condone and approve of and appreciate having searches done, especially for those of us with disabilities. It can take 10 minutes to go through my bags. And there are some medical stuff in my bags that the officers see, the security guards see. And you know what? It's humiliating. Yeah. But I'm proud of it. I'm glad we do the searches to keep the city hall safe. I grew up in a city where councillors have been attacked, where searches don't go on, and as a member of the public and a member of city staff, I don't feel safe if that's not done. Each and every one of us that enter this building need to be held accountable for our actions. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate each and every one of you sitting here today. And I just think the charter needs to have, I read the reports, there's no mention that this went through the Accessibility Committee. There's absolutely no mention that barriers to accessing city services and accessing the different documentation is much more prevalent if you have visual impairments, or you're legally deafblind, or you're in a wheelchair, or if you've got to rely on wheel-trans. Our city needs to get with, it's almost 2025. AODA was supposed to be done in 2025. Where are we? Why aren't we including this stuff in 2024? It took a fight for me to get these tables. And yes, it was my fight that got these tables. It took me getting absolutely caught in the table, and the table literally going boom, and scaring a lot of people in City Hall to get these tables. And I appreciate it. So, from someone who's here not that much anymore, I thank you, but we need to keep accessibility hand in hand when we're talking about this stuff. Because even our city website isn't perfectly accessible. Getting to read reports is very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time and the trouble to come down and tell us about that. That's important. Any questions, the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. On the item in front of us, speaking, Councillor Matlow.
We have a visiting councillor too, just in case he wants to.
Councillor Jamel Myers, you are visiting?
Yes. Do we get to ask questions of staff?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'd like to ask a few questions.
Sure.
So I read through the report, and one of the things one of the big obvious questions that sort of reached out to me was that there was no definition of what a charter city actually is, an official definition. Is that something staff would need to develop first before going out to the public, or is the thought that you would go out to the public and then develop what a charter city is for this purpose?
Through the mayor. For that question, I mean, you're correct. We didn't include that in the report because we were focusing on what would our potential consultation strategies. I think we could do either, to be honest, Councillor. We could define one, or we could ask the public, depending on what is the desire of that consultation. So part of what we've included is getting direction from council on what would be sought to achieve. And that could be an option, but it's not something that we had determined.
Thank you. And so there was some other work, for example, getting the right city departments together. Could all of that work be done internally before a decision was made as to whether or not to go out to the public? That way it sort of happened quietly as to like what we would need to do as a city to make sure that we did this in the most effective and inclusive way possible?
Through the mayor, yes, we could do that as part of sort of the pre-work or assessing feasibility, to help inform the next steps.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions to the staff? If not, Councillor Meyer, would you like to speak on this item? If not,
thank you. Through you, Mayor. So I just want to thank staff for this, I thought, really well done report. I was really proud to present this motion along with Deputy Mayor McKelvey. I think it was back in March. And I think, we are in a moment in our city's history where there is definitely a more opening, a population that's more open to having a conversation as to what is the proper role of the municipal government in their life. And I think there's a greater understanding, particularly with some of the budget issues that we've been dealing with, and the work that Mayor Chow has been doing to help us lead us out of those crises in terms of what is the proper role for the City of Toronto with respect to taxation, with respect to planning, with respect to other issues such as elections, even our role in, for example, sort of generating that economic development, incentivizing the city so that we can get a share of those particular revenues that grow with the economy, such as income taxes and goods and services taxes. So I think this is an opportune time in our city to further explore this. I don't know if we're necessarily ready to go out to the public as of yet, but I would love us to sort of understand what we would need to do as a city in order to make sure that when we went out to the public, we had a very clear sense of what we were asking them to comment on, and that we had a plan of action to enact whatever we've decided on. So thank you very much.
So like Councillor Myers, I've also brought a series of motions to this council over the past several years with the very same intention to put attention on the fact that every one of our council meetings, and I imagine all of you have noticed this too, so many motions have to end up with a request of another level of government to achieve so many things that we want for our communities, whether it be about accessibility or revenue tools or building infrastructure, supporting our residents in so many different ways. And one of the things that we often don't recognize when we live somewhere or serve somewhere is that this isn't actually how most of the world operates. We live in a Toronto bubble, but the reality is that city charters are very common throughout the United States, in large cities and small towns. And what they essentially are, they're referred to as home rule. They're referred to as home rule in many contexts. And then, there are other cities throughout the world where they are essentially city-states, where they have far more powers. But in Canada, we are an anomaly. We are a country where cities are not even mentioned in our Constitution. And back in the 1860s, yes, we were a largely agrarian society, and cities were afterthoughts, and provinces were provided the power to essentially use cities as just essentially pieces of legislation. We are creatures of our respective provinces. But in this century, over 80% of Canadians live in urban areas. This is where most of us live. Yet cities in Canada have the most expectations by our residents, but the least amount of power. Now, think back over the past few years. Bill 23, Bill 109, Bill 5, when City Council was cut in half without any consultation, strong mayor powers, and many, many more. Ontario Place, Science Centre, so many of these unilateral decisions by the government in Queen's Park. But the City of Toronto had no real power over our property rights and land use, our revenue tools. Remember when Mayor Tory was denied use of the tolling that he hoped to do? And our governance with respect to our own elections. We don't actually have power over our own city. And that's got to change if we are to be a genuine level of government, rather than simply a creature of the province. Now, you know, I'll give an example of the tolling. Some people might love that idea, and some people might hate that idea. But shouldn't that be an idea that's debated and discussed by City Council and then be able to be executed by the mayor and council that Torontonians chose? Shouldn't that be a matter of almost everything that we should be responsible for? And ultimately, that lends to more accountability for the mayor and council and more ability to actually get results rather than hoping and waiting for another level of government to get back to us, which often doesn't happen. So Mr. De Grande earlier spoke to how to get there. The way to get there is a single province amendment. And ultimately, that has to be done with the consent of the province and the federal government, and those stars need to align politically, and they don't always. But we need to begin the campaign and the movement toward getting to that end so that we don't keep having to just knock at a door that we don't know is going to open. I also believe and am convinced that we will be more successful if it's not Toronto alone. Councillor Bravo, I think quite rightly asked the question about what about Vancouver or Montreal? Absolutely. Hamilton, I'd add, Ottawa, so many cities across this country should have the ability to serve their residents well, but they need the tools in the toolbox to be effective and be able to be successful. So it does begin by educating the public about what this is about. I'll admit to you that when you talk about a new governance framework, it doesn't exactly excite people the way that, Buck a Beer does, sadly. But, I mean, here's another one. We've got the Ford government telling us that they all of a sudden have seen the light and they respect cities, right? They want to respect what we have to say. That's why they don't want to move on housing reform across this province. So if they're being true to their word, then let's engage them and the federal government discussion now about how to ensure that the New Deal includes a financial and governance framework that helps us be successful. Thank you.
Mayor Chow to speak.
Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Perks, there you are.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. I share a lot of the frustrations that some of the deputants and Councillor Matlow and Myers spoke to, but I come to a very different conclusion. I agree that the City of Toronto has been treated unbelievably poorly by the province of Ontario in recent years, not just in how we form our government. We've spoken about the election and the downsizing of council. You could speak also to the strong mayor powers, our finances, the fact that they keep changing our planning authorities every 6 months or so, it seems, and on and on and on. But I come to a very, very different conclusion. I think the worst thing the City of Toronto government can do is to offer Torontonians false hope and to lead them on a wild goose chase. This is not an issue that Canadians want to see handled in a constitutional way. For anyone who lived through Meech Lake and Charlottetown, I can assure, or didn't live through those periods, I can assure you the very last thing Canadians care about constitutionally is the status of cities. They're much more interested in Western separatism, the distinct society in Quebec, or more importantly, the growing commitment we have to recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples and Indigenous organizations in this country. There's also an outstanding issue about the recognition of the rights of women in our country. There's an outstanding issue about economic rights, like the right to housing. These are the things that, frankly, a constitutional debate would become absorbed in, not the status of the City of Toronto or other municipalities in the country. So offering that path is a false hope. It's a dead end. It's a waste of time. It also tells people, if we keep pushing this charter city idea, that our problems are legal in nature. I disagree with that. Our problems are political. Our problems are that too many people in the province of Ontario feel it's just fine to vote for a political party, part of whose strategy is to try to turn the rest of Ontarians against people who live in big cities like Toronto. I think the political work that we have to do as a council is to make it as plain to Torontonians that Doug Ford's government has hurt us, has hurt the quality of life in Toronto, is starving us of important resources, is weakening our democratic government, as Toronto City Council did when Mike Harris was premier. We need to build that political movement that says the Conservative Party of Ontario has decided to use Toronto, you know, as a whipping boy or a scary story for the rest of the province, and instead say, no, we all work together in Ontario. Don't elect a government that just wants to attack local municipal authority, and build that power so we achieve what happened after Mike Harris, which is no Conservative was elected in this city for close to 20 years. That's the political work that we have to do so that we can establish power and respect so that nobody will ever be able to win the premier's seat by attacking the city of Toronto ever again.
Thank you for that. We'll just deep sigh. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, just briefly, because I'm a fan of the work of Mr. Delgrand and others, and their commentary have been for a long time, and I'm a fan of this idea. You know, I look at what Berlin was able to do in 15 years from the wall coming down as a city-state. I was physically there at that time period. Wonderful, great. But this really, it feels like an end run around what is the long-term financial plan, which is a thing that built very slowly and very deliberately to a place, and now it is a fully endorsed document that really contains its asks, and some of them will arrive the next day, and some of them will arrive in a few years. But it's a thing that we're really all signed on to through our actions over the last year. And this is a different way of getting there, creating some sort of constitution amendment that might give us control of our own funds, including consumer taxes. But this one is truly a long shot, whereas the other one is a thing that we have been building and building and building on. There's no question. We talked about the math through the conversations with our deputants today, ultimate times. When I first got here, municipalities, and this one in particular, had 7 cents on the dollar. We had to do 2 years of fighting to get to 8 cents on the dollar. We've crept up. We now get about almost 10 cents for every dollar that Torontonians spend in taxes. Just asking for sales tax would mean we'd get a whole 11 cents. 11 cents. That's still all we'd have. But it's going to take 2 years of arguing. And that's why I take the staff's recommendation, despite their thorough look at this, they're suggesting that this time we receive it. So I'm going to suggest that the big change we're looking at is already contained in something we fully endorse, the long-term financial plan. And that is really our best route to go. We already have a province saying they've read it thoroughly, right up to and including the Premier himself. They've read it thoroughly. They don't disagree with a single thing in it. Their issue is timing. And so that way lies potential that we can really hang our hat on. This way lies a much, to my mind, longer journey for a whole host of reasons. And so, you know, I hope that the decision here is to take the staff recommendation that we should receive this information today. And to me, it's receive and continue. with the piece that we are continuing with, which is the LTFP.
Any other speaker? Councillor Cole?
Yeah, no, listen, I think it's a critical debate, and it's just something that's very real, that cities don't exist. They do not exist. And Canadians don't understand that. The cities are not a recognized entity in the Canadian Constitution. There's zero mention of cities. We are just, as proven, we are just, I'd say children is too mild a word, of the province and the feds. And that's why they do what they want with us. And, but the public, I think as Gord said, the public isn't paying attention. They're paying attention to paper bags in LCBO stores. That's what it's all about. They're paying attention to buck of beer.
That's the cause of the day.
That's what they're paying. I go on the street, that's what they're asking me about. Isn't that great? The Premier of this province brought back the paper bags. I love that, they say.
I know.
Yes.
I'll end with that. Thank you.
Cost me one drink, Mark. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I want to agree with the idea that this report and this inquiry has been an important element in, I think, civil society trying to figure out the challenge of the way that this country was constructed as a federation where provinces have so much power and distinct culture. You could say there are many countries inside of this country, and wherein municipalities have no constitutional recognition. It creates a tremendous challenge, in particular in a situation of Ontario where, unlike other provinces, municipalities deliver social services. So the degree of responsibility at the municipal level is massive, while the degree of autonomy is really limited. In fact, we are not even responsible for our own governance. We are still, our elections are governed by the provincial government. And of course, there's the question of the financial arrangements, which are unfavorable to this municipality, but to every municipality in Ontario ultimately, as a downloading of responsibilities has impacted everyone. I do think that the notion of what it means to open the Constitution in this country is something that's massive and significant, and it would take, I think, a very broad Canada-wide movement to, there's organizations that would like to see inclusion of social and economic rights in the Charter, as there are in many, many countries all over the world, where things like the right to housing is enshrined and other social and economic rights. That was never done in Canada. There's a question of Indigenous rights beyond what's listed there as title rights. There's a whole range of rights that aren't recognized, and it goes on. The kind of pan-Canadian movement that we would need is still being built, but I do think that municipalities working together to outline the challenges that we face across this country is a big element, and this is a social movement perspective. It's not just a political solution we need to have the social movement grow, and I believe that what is contained in this report contributes to that, and that we should receive it, but we should not stop to resolve the question of how we can actually do the work that our constituents expect of us, and fix this fundamentally broken element in Canadian society. So many ideas that come to Toronto are from municipalities in the US or in countries in Europe, where, for example, people say, why can't San Francisco has its own bank for the unbanked? Well, fantastic. We can't do that here. We can't even govern our own elections in the middle of an election. So I think that there is more work to do, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into doing this, and to Charter City as a key element of this movement.
Okay, thank you. Any other speaker on this item? No? Councillor Matlow, you have a motion?
No, he's not doing it.
Oh, you spoke already? Okay. Motion on the staff received? Yeah.
We need to move that.
Oh, that the executive committee adopt the following recommendation in supplementary report from the solicitor. Council directed confidential information contained, as it contained advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry? That's it, okay? And the item as is? No, we don't, okay. Clerk saying we don't need to move anything. Only do one. I think that is it for all the items in front of us. Am I correct? Okay. Councilor Bravo, move adjournment. We don't need to move adjournment anymore. Jeez. Okay. I think I know. I'm just following the clerk's lead. I just try. Okay. Thank you, everyone.